Good morning from SuperSport Park, day 3 of this CSA 4-day series match between the Momentum Multiply Titans, who have their last pair at the crease. Diane Khalim just taking guard there on 49 not out. And with him is Janko Smit. The Titans are 196 for 9. At the moment, that's a lead of 71 runs on first innings. I'm Ken Borland. There's the match situation on your screen. And it's a very good morning to former Proteas all-rounder Johan van der Walt.
Yeah, morning all. Interesting a couple of days. A lot of rain interruptions. The one thing that we take out of this is we've only bowled 92 overs, which means that's less than a day's cricket. And there's already been 19 wickets. So expect a lot of jam-packed action. For me, weather permitting, there's certainly going to be a result in this game. The main thing is Diane Khalim is on 49. We haven't had a 50 in the game. He needs one, but he needs to steer the tail with him and see if they can stretch that lead maybe to 90 or 100.
So Akukle Kele, who has 4 wickets, will open the bowling to Diane Khalim. And there's his 50 straight away with a little single. They're going to come back for 2. Oh, there's a bit of hesitation. Smith sent back.
Nice, lovely, Tristan.
Yeah, so many times in situations like this, which we saw yesterday afternoon, a lot of guys on the boundary, so they won't take the single. This time, the 50 is up for Khalim. It's his 13th first class 50, but that exposes your tailender. And I say tailender, he actually looked pretty handy yesterday in defence. That is Janko Smit. So he'll try and hang around with Khalim, which is now on 50. Scorecard says 49, but he's taken a single. There we go. Yeah, crazy. That's the first 50. There's a lot of guys that's made double figures, but no one except Khalim has reached 50 up until now.
Diane Khalim, like you were as an all-rounder, you hadn't put your bowler's hat on for a bit, taking a single first ball of the over. Do you think the Titans feel 71 is not a bad lead and they want to get bowling before the weather clears up here this morning?
Any lead, 20 plus, any lead is good, because the Dolphins are going to have to come out and look up to the scoreboard and say we need to score 70 first before we make really an impact. So any lead is big. It's also the time. The one thing which I had a different thought process back in the day when we played, and some bowlers have the same, they try to give Khalim the one for 4 deliveries in an over. My view is try and get him out. With all the fielders out yesterday, he chipped a couple that would have been caught if there was a cover or a mid-wicket. If you maintain your line and length. And so it looks like the similar plan this morning when Khalim is on strike. It's only been the 1 ball, but everybody spreads.
It's going to be a single to fine leg for Janko Smit. I'm with you 100%, Jan. It's one of my pet peeves. I've seen so many last wicket stands where exactly, as you say, plays out, that they forget about trying to get the in-batsman out. So all the pressure is off that guy. And he's just able to manipulate the ball around and take control of the situation, if you like. They're only bowling 1 or 2 balls and over at the number 11. And before you know it, the last wicket stands with 40 and 50. I think you've got to keep that in-batsman under pressure. Don't give him easy ones. And, definitely still have a slip in place, that sort of thing.
Let him take the risk. The most wickets we've seen on this wicket, there's a little bit in it. Keep all slips. There's absolutely no slips at this stage. Yeah, he might get him out now, but
shovel around for another single. Yeah, I mean, it's the first over of the day. It's overcast. The bowler's got 4 wickets. He's been nipping the ball around. Why is there no slip?
The problem that gets into, and we've all been there, gets into the bowler's minds is try something different. If you take the new batter or the in batter and hit your line and length, let him take the risk of that length, and you've got a massive chance of getting him out as well. They've taken the single. There's 2 balls left, so they put all their eggs in this basket, this one basket, and hopefully get the wicket of Janku Smith. It might work. It has worked in the past. It's just, for me, it buys extra time and extra runs for the batting team.
Oh, it's an aggressive stroke by Smith over point. And they'll come back for the second, very nearly all the way to the boundary, as you see there. Semal Pillay dragging the ball back.
Just to come back to your question, do they want to get do they want to get bowling, the Titans? I don't think so. All the runs you score now, you don't have to score in the 4th inning. So grow that lead as much as you can, even if it takes 7 or 8 or 10 overs. You get it up to 100. That makes a difference. So the more runs you score today in your first innings, you don't have to score in your second innings.
Confidently played again by Janku Smith. He's taken his score to 5. So he actually did the bulk of the scoring in that over. 3 runs added to his tally. 202 for 9, and the lead is 77.
Yeah, Lees. I thought Ethan Bosch was the pick. He only got 1 wicket, but because Lees, Tristan Lees has got 4 wickets, and so does Kele. The captain has offered them the first chance this morning, which looks like a bowling day. It's overcast. It's different from what we've had the couple previous days, and where we had thunderstorms. This is just a grey old English day where you get the feeling it's a bowling day. If you were a bowler, today is the day.
Slammed away over cow corner for 6. Yeah, and I can't help but think maybe Ethan Bosch has got a niggle. I think late yesterday afternoon, when Khalim started swinging for the rafters because, wickets were running out, Justin Nuss was persisted with. Sure, he's got 4 wickets, but I think he might be easier to score off than the accurate Bosch. Goes again, long on in business, running in. Will he get there? Good. Oh, he spilt it. Oh, my word. He got under it, did Bryce Parsons, but it's popped out.
And what a perfect example of what I've said to the in-batter. The previous first ball was a half-tracker pumped for 6. When you get back on length, you're gonna create chances because it's got to hit you off that length on, frankly, not the easiest of wickets. Had it been a mid-on, it might have been a straightforward catch. So, not exactly sure about the planning. They might get him out now, but even so, make sure you get your lengths right.
Well fielded by the bowler. Yeah, the only fielder remotely in the ring is a fairly deep gully. Everyone else spread. It just... Oh, if I was a batter, I'd love this, wouldn't you? How are they going to get you out unless you miss a straight one?
No, they're hoping for the mistake. They're hoping for the miscue. As I said, I'm of the view trying to get the in-batter out.
Oh, leading edge. But again, Johan, no one in the infield. That would have been a dolly.
If there's a mid-wicket, that was out. So, yeah, the thing is that bowlers, as I said, get it in the head and do something different for the guy. If you hit your lengths, proper lengths, you can have a couple out, maybe a cow or so. He needs to take you off that length where there's a little bit in it for the bowlers, which would have had 2 opportunities if we've had normal fields, maybe with a couple of sweepers. The lead has stretched to 86 pretty quickly this morning. It will start becoming a concern for the Dolphins batters. When that lead creeps up to 100, it's a substantial lead, and there's a lot of batting that needs to be done by the Dolphins later today.
15 runs already off the first 10 balls of the day. Jan, do you think a lead of 100 kind of negates the disadvantage of batting last?
Yeah, I think absolutely. Especially the way this game has been going, it is quite lowish scoring. Remember, the Dolphins were 88 for 8 early on in day one. So that hundreds, you need to make 250 at least in a third innings to sort of put the team batting fourth under pressure. So no doubt that lead will have a significant input.
Slashed away through cover point by Janko Smit as he grows in confidence with the bat as well. 4 more.
I like this play from Janko Smit. All the fielders are in, especially for him. So he's taken it upon himself, if he sees something that he recognizes, to put it to the boundary. I've said earlier, he looks pretty handy, especially in defense. Yesterday, he's kept his end up pretty well. Now he's starting to show us what he can do on the attack.
Now a high full toss, which Smith has got away to the boundary as well. Well, unless Bosch is injured, I really have to say the Dolphins have missed a trick here. Surely you start the day with your 2 premier bowlers, which is Cele and Bosch, who've bowled wonderfully well in this game. And you know where Bosch is going to bowl the ball. Much easier to set your field as a captain.
Yeah, full toss. Probably should have been a no ball, but it's gone for another 4. So we're up to 95 in the lead. Yeah, they sort of forgot the old cliche that what works for the top order should work for the bottom order, and they're just trying everything. Yorkers, bumpers, slow balls. There's a half-tracker that's gone for 6 in that over. He's gone for 3 boundaries in this over. A wide one that got slapped through the covers, and then a hip-high full toss that got worked for 4 to find leg. So very expensive over.
Just a little bit of concern at the moment that Janko Smith got struck on the hand by that full toss from Tristan Luss, who's pretty pacey. It does look like his bowling hand as well. So a few moments of concern here for the Titans. They won't want to lose their one new ball bowler.
Yeah, and it was a full toss. It was which has a little bit more impact. It hasn't slowed down from the wicket. Looks like the pinky on the right-hand side. Obviously, you use your thumb and your index finger and middle finger as bowling. But if there's pain, it looks all right. It doesn't look too bad. The magic spray comes out. It looks like he's going to continue. Hopefully for the Titans, he's going to be needed. Probably not long for now. Hopefully for the Dolphins, that the Titans is just piling up the runs. Nearly, where we at? Nearly 20 runs for the day. What was the lead? 77?
24 today
24 already. And we've only seen 2 overs. So, and it brings to the point that I made, that all the runs that you score now sort of gets deducted of your last innings batting fourth, which you didn't want to do, but because your lead is substantial, makes that fourth day easier. I'm not saying easy, but it makes it easier. A lot to think about for the Hollywoodbets batsmen. When are they going to get in? When are we going to get this next wicket? Especially for the openings batters, they're going to be able to face. They're going to be facing a new ball. So there's action-packed early this morning here at SuperSport Park.
In a funny way in cricket, once you take the lead on the first innings, it's almost as if every run is worth double, isn't it? It's worth 2 runs because the opposition has to get that run first before they can start setting you a target.
Yeah, you almost feel that you need to get past that lead, a deficit if you're batting, to make an impact in the game. So you're chipping away, and if you are, let's say, 95 for 4, you're in effect 0 for 4. So that's a mental aspect as well.
Gives himself room, Khalim, but he's picked out deep extra cover, so turned down the run.
Yeah, but I'm with you. I think Bosch needs to bowl personal pride and comes second. I know Lees wants a fifer, but at this stage you need to finish the innings, and Bosch, in my view, should be the best for the job.
Back to the bowler, but he just gets a hand to it, but can't hang on. It was a tough catch. He was kind of going away from the direction of the ball.
Yeah, and it's the second one, remember. Khalim got put down with the long on running in. This is a caught and bowl. Always difficult for bowlers. Your body is going in the one direction. You need to move in a different direction while all your momentum is going forward. So, bit of luck for the Titans and Khalim.
Shoveled away. It's beaten the fairly straight mid-wicket. They'll come back for 2.
Also the biggest side of the ground on the leg side, so which gives them opportunity to look for 2. Here's the catch again. Never easy. As a bowler, you stick one hand out. Some days they stick, and other days they don't. So 97 now. The lead for the Titans.
Hooked away in good controlled fashion by Khalim. You heard the call for 2. He's herring back to the danger end. The throw. Not quite good enough to beat him. Another good couple of runs for the Titans. The lead now 99.
Yeah, the Dolphins is missing a big trick here. Again, the guys are on the boundary. They're running 2 straight to them. Exactly what Khalim wants. 2 deliveries to go. So he'll be looking for a single right now. But I just feel they've lost their lengths. They are falling into the trap of bowling 2 different lengths. Poor field placements, I feel. And that's a bit of a run fest this morning.
So apparently it was a short run by Dayan Khalim, which is why he's back striking. No, he...
It would have been there anyway. It's just a short run. He didn't tap behind the line on the other side, so 1 run deducted, but he stays on strike.
Now he'll get the single. Surely that's a law that should be modified, Johan. I mean, you in a situation like this where you're quite keen to have the one guy on strike rather than the other, you run a short run and you keep him on strike.
In situations like that. That brings up a couple of things. The 50 partnership and also that lead is now 100, I think. Yeah, exactly 100. You have to say it's a fantastic effort for the tail for this 50-run partnership, coming with the 10th wicket. I'm trying to see if Bosch is on the field. I can see him, number 14, strolling just to the right of your screen now. But they're going to continue with Tristan Lees. I've got my doubts about the captaincy today and maybe yesterday afternoon. Some strange decisions, even if they take the wicket right now. It's 50 runs later in this partnership.
I always think when it comes to tactics and strategy, you should try and do what the opposition least wants you to do. Bit of pace off from Lewis, but Khalim spotted it. Smith will come back for the second. Comfortably done. And short Tristan Lewis is the fastest bowler that the Dolphins have. But Khalim and even Janko Smith are playing him with such ease, and he's giving them a lot of scoring opportunities. I think they're very happy. that he's bowling.
I think the Titans is smiling away all morning.
Slashed, but they won't get a run. Struck too well, even with the misfield at long off.
Have to give a lot of credit to Khalim. He's compiled a really good innings. He's played the hand that the Dolphins has given to him, and he's played it superbly. The first 50 in this match so far, he's currently on 66, not out.
Heaved away on the netting side. That's big. That's going to be onto the roofs of the shallows. Dayan Khalim, he can hit a long ball. And that was a beauty.
Absolute beauty, as Ken mentioned. The length is wrong again. It's short. He's waiting for it. And another thing is it's towards the short boundary. It would have made a difference on any field in the world, the way he connected that. But he can just hang back, sort of waited for it, knew it was coming. Nobody in play, nobody moves, nobody gets hurt. Somebody needs to go and fetch it.
Worked away down to third man for the 1. So just 2 balls for Smith to negotiate in the over. He's looked in no trouble this morning either.
Yeah, and in comes everybody from the boundary. And the funny part is, as you said, Janko Smith looked in no trouble, and he's hit a couple of 4s this morning, 1 down to fine leg, 1 to the covers, and I like the way he's thinking. They're giving him opportunity as well with all the fielders in. Only 2 deliveries left in this over.
He's equaled his career best score. Janko Smith, 13. He got 13 against the Warriors, actually in the previous 4-day game the Titans played. So his batting is on the up.
Yeah, we'll see improvement from him. You can see, as I said, he's not a mug with the bat. He looks technically okay for a number 11. He can hold his own. He's a big, strong fellow, so I'm sure he can pump it a long way as well.
Chipped away, but they won't take the single. So 234 for 9. The lead is 109. So Titans have added 34 runs in 4 overs this morning. I think about 24 of those off Tristan Lewis, unfortunately. Janko Smith, I believe, bats a little bit up the order for Tuks, University of Pretoria. Does make useful runs for them. And there are the bowling figures. And, well, you could see Tristan Lewis is just blown out suddenly to 4 for 90 at 5.63 runs per over.
Yeah, you have to feel there's a change coming in Ethan Bosch. If he's fit, I can't see why he would take the field if he's not fit. So surely the captain has to make that decision.
It's not going to carry to third man, and they're not going to take the run either.
Just hold it for now.
Dayan Khalim is just such a useful cricketer. I think extremely talented. He can bowl some really decent swing bowling, and showing his batting ability here today.
Yeah, so it's a taste of international cricket. He's always been a good servant here for the multiply momentum Titans. He's just an honest, hard-working cricketer. He's more than decent with a new ball. Swings a new ball. Bowls a good bumper. Bowls good areas. And as we see today, and yesterday, he's a proper all-rounder with the bat as well.
Again, down the pitch and edge to third man. Again, they turn down the run. Right, 4 balls bowled in the over. I would like to see a couple of fielders come in now, just so it's not that easy for Khalim just to take the one. Make him try and do something a bit different if he wants to get the strike for the next over.
Yeah, the problem with the Dolphins is they have done it, and it looks like a couple of fielders is creeping in. But then the bowlers felt like they had to change everything up. They had to change their length and bowl a Yorker, maybe bowl a high bumper. Keep it simple. Keep that length just outside off. So let him take that risk from your length. At this stage, they're sort of giving it away. The single, a big discussion between captain and bowler. So deep mid wicket comes in. He moves cover over. The deep mid wicket moves over to cover. Point comes in. Third man comes in.
Yeah, this is better by the Dolphins. Mid-wicket in the circle, extra cover, mid-off. And there we go, to the fielder at extra cover. Now there's 1 ball left in the over.
And now you got to take the risk. Now the bowler just needs keep with the plan. That was a good length, I feel. So if he wants to take on the boundary option from there. If he hits you for a boundary from that length, you can say a good shot. But that's a higher risk that he needs to take. So it's going to be interesting to see Kele, who's been good in this over. It's actually brought some calm to the frenetic morning. There hasn't been a run in 5 deliveries.
Fine leg is staying out on the boundary. The bouncer is still an option. Sometimes when you don't want a single taken, the bouncer can be a good border bowl. Two slips, I like to see that, because if it's outside off, Khalim's going to try to work it away somewhere. Slashed over the top, just a little bit too short from Akutlet Pele. And it's gone all the way for 6. I think Khalim will take that. He's got 6 runs and Smith can start the next over. He goes to 80. And Khalim the lead, 115.
Yes, my question is, Khalim starting to think about 100. This is a fantastic shot. Shot of the morning. High difficulty, that back foot over cover. Yeah, it's the high felt. Yeah, it's SuperSport Park. It's not the biggest ground in the world, not even in South Africa. But the difficulty of the shot has Khalim made it look so easy. Yeah, and we're going to continue with Lees. And I'm starting to agree with you that Ethan Bosch might have a niggle.
Then why is he on the field?
Yeah, exactly. He's not batting in the top 6 or 7, so there's a lot of time that can go by for him to come out to bat. I don't get it. The only thing that I can think of is the captain wants Lees to get 5 per. That should be secondary. The team comes first, so you get your bowler on most experience who can get the wicket. And for me, that's Bosch.
44 runs added this morning in just 5 overs. It's been a match-changing, coming up to half an hour now.
Yeah, if we ask the question again, should they come out and bowl when it's cloudy, or should they bat on for whatever they can get? That lead has jumped to 115, which is now substantial, which puts the Titans firmly in control.
There's a leg slip in place for Janko Smit, as well as 2 slips and a gully. Janko Smith's showing he's got a well-organised defence.
Yeah, which is fine. That's the length and the line that Lees has to just settle in there for a while. There's too many things that's been tried. Just keep on that length, especially to a tail ender. He'll get bored at some stage. There might be one that just moves off the straight and finds the outside edge. But you have to be patient there.
Bit of an effort ball from Lucy, dug it in, and Janko Smit just played it with ease, didn't he?
Well, maybe time for a bit of spin. Change it up towards the bigger boundary. I think Simmons has gone the distance this morning. Just change it up as a captain.
Little paddle hook around the corner. Not totally in control over the slips at wicketkeeper, in fact. But it's 4 more runs to really rub salt in the Dolphins' wounds and to take Janko Smit to a career best score. Did you spot Bryce Parsons warming up a bit in the slips there, Johan?
I had a look, but yeah, first thing, we've seen one ball in a good area in this over. So, yeah, I know he's inexperienced, but he needs someone to guide him.
End of another good over for the Momentum Multiply Titans. 244 for now. And the lead is 119.
Kan ek my hoed vir jou gee asseblief?
As you predicted, Johan, there's going to be a bit of spin in Parsons.
Good book. You just started watching the shows. Oh, it's gone.
What an eventful first half an hour this morning. It looks like Dayan Khalim is batting on a completely different surface.
I think the Dolphins are going to be surprised when they come out to bat because it looks like a different surface because they bowl 2 lengths, short and full. So I haven't given the ball the surface chance to work for you. Now, I like this play towards the bigger boundary.
Straight away uses his feet. Not going to take the single, but it might give him an option to give the strike more to Janko Smit against the spinner, not the seamer. 3 fielders on the leg side boundary. Gives himself room into that gap on the offside. And it's another boundary. The fielding of the Dolphins is letting them down.
It's a fantastic shot. Hopefully he's all right. Fantastic effort, but is it Similani? But it's a fantastic shot. Gives himself room. It's a hard thing to get enough power like he did on that. And the boundary wins again. He's staying on the field. Looks like he's tweaked something in his top shoulder, or maybe close to his neck.
Now this field placing now, 4 fielders on the boundary on the offside. It's like attention all pockets. But Khalim is still finding the gaps. 123-run lead now. And Halim, 84 of only 62 deliveries. It's almost thinking it's a match-winning knock by Halim. Uses his feet. Is there enough timing? Yes, it's a maximum. He's now moving into the 90s.
Yeah, one has to say it is a special knock from Halim thus far. He's guided the tail, he's guided Janku Smith beautifully, and he got himself to 90 through some fantastic stroke play. Moves up to 250 is on the board.
Now, this time around, just punching it for 1. Parsons, you can't help to think that the captain had to try something different in the form of spin, but first over, there's still 1 delivery left. He's gone for 11.
You go, please, Romy, try, come catch it. Let's see, come tighter. You hang a bit, please. Now into me. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Soft you. Come catch it, please.
He's asking the question, umpire gives him out. Couldn't see that out on the back foot. Eventually, the Dolphins gets the breakthrough. I think the most disappointing player on that field right now will be Halim, because he was on his way to a first-class 100. And Janku Smith has got to depart. He did a great job in this partnership. 17 of his 28 deliveries, and you've got to give a lot of credit to Dayan Halim. 91 of 64 balls. What a knock.
Yeah, I can see smiles on his face, but on the back foot, he's exposed him to the spinner. So spin worked, a treat. There's might be a question of too high. It's definitely straight. You can see the reaction of Halim. He knew what was up. He was going to try and get his 100 in the next over. But do not look past that 91 not out, which could be, I think, is a match-changing innings, and took the lead up to over 130 runs, where they started at 74 this morning. So they'll feel pretty confident, the Titans, the Multiply Titans, that they've got themselves into a demanding lead.
Yeah, it was also Neil Brunt with his 39. I must say he looked organized, very composed, just got out with a loose shot. And this partnership between Halim and Janku Smith is going to have a huge impact in this game, and I feel that the Dolphins is going back into the change room a little bit deflated. Titans, on the other hand, they going in with a lot of confidence and momentum on their side. Bowlers, Ethan Bosch, only the 12 overs, he bowled well, and it was Kele and Lees, 4 wickets each. On the other hand, Tristan Lees, 4 wickets, but he was expensive. He didn't have the answers to break this partnership, and he was punished. The support bowlers in Similani, he was also expensive. In summary, the Dolphins' first innings, 125. All out, Duan Jansen, 4 for 39. Janku Smith, 3 for 26. He's having a good game, he's Janku Smith. And in answer, the Momentum Multiply Titans, 255 all out. And that knock, Dayan Halim, 91 not out. He was fast approaching that 100. Neil Brunt, 39. And Senekwane and Peterson both got themselves in with their 27 and 26. Titans, they lead with a healthy lead of 130 runs. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Welcome back to SuperSport Park. What an exciting first half an hour, 40 minutes we've seen this morning. Dayan Khalim, the man of the moment, 91 not out. And with that 91 not out, got the Titans in a very, very good position, dominating position. The Dolphins, they walked off the field, they deflated, because it was a very frustrating partnership between Khalim and Janku Smit. There's a good cloud cover here in Centurion today, which means that there's going to be something in for the seam bowlers. Yes, the wicket is a better wicket to bat on. We've seen that, especially with showing a bit of intent in Dayan Khalim. But with that new ball, that new ball first 15, 20 overs is going to be critical for the Titans to utilize that. How they're going to utilize that is the important thing. What line and the lengths? Are they going to keep it simple? Are they going to try things? In my opinion, with the conditions, overhead conditions, with the wicket, new ball in your hand, I think the best man to give us a plan is the experience in Johan van der Walt.
Yeah, I think everything this morning when I got here, anyway, shouts out bowling day. These are the days when you wake up as a bowler that you feel you want that ball in your hand, because if you've got any sort of skill and any sort of consistency, there will be something there for you. As you say, the question is how long can they hit that line and length? What's their plans? I'm sure their plans is going to be only that, because they've got 3 slips in a gully. There's a short leg. The difference now, obviously, as well, you've mentioned it, is the new ball comes in play. I think the new ball is key. This first 10 to 15 overs with the new ball spell is going to be key. And you want to strike as a bowling side as soon as possible.
First ball, Duan Jansen in the attack. He's generally going to get a little bit more bounce. We saw that in the first inning. So his lengths are also going to be important. Maybe a touch fuller. Try and get the batsman forward. Main aim, main focus for the Dolphins will be to slowly chip away on that deficit of 130 without any damage. 3 slips in a gully, so quite attacking, short leg under the helmet. Oh, did that stay a little bit low?
That's a good start from Jansen. Duan, it is the brother. It's Kenny, how similar him and his brother looks when they run in and they bowl and their actions and everything else. But that's the length he's going to be looking at. Maybe just half a foot fuller. So you give the new Kookaburra a chance to actually move, swing, maybe nip off the seam.
First runs for the Dolphins. And they're going to scamper through for 2. Ditole off the mark. Your thoughts on the surface, day 3?
Yeah, look, we haven't seen much of it today, but I felt the surface got better like it usually does at SuperSport Park. When under sun, a lot of sun, day 3 can become challenging. But I still think, because we've only had 90 overs, as he works it on the leg side, it's a pretty quick outfield, racing away to the boundary. Very good work from, is it Khalim out there? I think we are today, which is day 3, I think we're in a day 2 wicket, because it's been under covers quite a lot. So I doubt if there's going to be any questions about the wicket. We saw 1 or 2 yesterday, specifically from the far side, that 1 or 2 stayed low, but not much. So if you apply yourself as a batter, you should be able to score.
That was a good shot. Janssen just got his line wrong to the left-hander. First ball to the right-hander. We've seen a lot of 20s and a couple of 30s as well. So batters managed to get themselves in. So it is that wicket, and I totally agree. I also think that it's a day 2 wicket because of all the time that's been lost. If you're willing to graft as a batsman, be very organized. Your defense has got to be good. Ultimately, in this format, your defense is the main thing. It's a good leave. It's a very good leave. Good delivery. End of the first over. 5 runs with that Janssen over.
Yeah, I think it's one of those wickets where defense is exactly what you're looking at. But it's one of those wickets that you have to take your scoring opportunities. You need to work out for yourself where is the easiest way to score without major risk, and you need to keep good deliveries out. Janssen maybe just a tad too short in that over. You saw with the last ball, there's a little bit of movement. So the sooner you can get on that length, that in between length where you drag the batsman forward, especially with his bounce, he can go a foot or two fuller. Janko Smit, who was good has had a good game so far. He's picked up a few wickets in the first innings. He's about to take the new ball.
That's in the air, straight to point. First wicket, Janko Smit. Little bit of extra bounce off a length. Pushed really hard at that ball at Ditole, and he's got to go.
It's exactly the length that we were talking about. Janko Smit, his first delivery on the money. And as I mentioned earlier, there might just be a little bit there on that length. Just that extra bounce, especially with a new ball. It's a loose shot. Just poking at it at the front. It needs to. We've spoken about the defense. That is not a defensive shot. Oh, it's so well bowled. Easy catch at the end. And the first one is down. 5 for 1.
Great start. The perfect start for the Titans. Early wicket, second over. That is the length. There's your reference now as a bowler, is that you just keep it there. Yes, you're definitely going to question that shot. Just pushing hard at the ball. Hit the splice, and yeah, we can see that length. It's rather full. Way too early on that ball.
Yeah, you can look back at the wicket, but the way look at his body weight. He's going absolutely nowhere. He's playing way in front of his eye line. With the new ball, that's the danger ball. And that's where I said you need to work out your strategy, how you're going to play, what you're going to score off. That's not one of them. That's the one you could either leave or defend. Get your body weight over the ball, play it right underneath the eyes. It's cost him his wicket.
Not the start the Dolphins wanted. Technically 120 minus 125 for 1. Long way to go for them, and they need their captain Marcus Ackerman just to calm things down, set a foundation. Straight. Is it a wicket? Umpire says no. What did that miss? It's straight on the foot.
A massive shout from everybody behind. Umpire sort of indicates that he's going to go down. Remember, he's around the wicket. The other thing that you have to remember, it is full. It's him flush on the foot. It's hurt Marcus Ackerman. Full, and on the toe, and closer than you think. It hit him straight in front of middle. Was the angle too big for the umpire? You'd think so. But it was a massive shot.
He's around the wicket with that angle. The ball keeps going. I think it's a good decision. I really think it's a very, very good decision by the umpire. Because there was a bit of swing in the air into the left hand. He's also coming around the wicket with that angle, and that ball was just keep going. It's a good shout.
It's one of those that looks out immediately. But when we saw it on the slow-mo the second time, when we saw the swing, yeah, the angle is there, but it's pretty full. But we see that swing. I think it's a fantastic decision that swing with the around the wicket is going to take it down leg. He's in serious discomfort. Marcus Ackerman is ready to go.
Yeah, cut that through a gully area. Too short. And the width of it, yeah, he's definitely struggling. And I tell you, that hurts because it was flush.
Yeah, amazing he hasn't got the fissure on. Now he's asking for it. So maybe something worse than he initially expected. This wouldn't make any difference on the front foot. It's a left-hander's dream. And especially someone like Marcus Ackerman. He's a shorter stature, so he plays square the wicket pretty well. But yeah, the length is just too short. But surely there's something else going on there.
Yeah, he's struggling. And if you look at that delivery, that Yorker, it hit him flush. It missed the pad area. It missed the... Maybe this is going to be the replay there. There it is. It's really on that soft side. So it's almost one of those where you think there could be more problems for him if there's an X-ray taken on the top of the foot. He's going to have to find a way, Ackerman. It's an uncomfortable situation getting a delivery on that area of your foot, but his team is in much needed for his leadership as well as his presence. While Ackerman is getting his treatment, we're going to move out for the A-team commentary in Kola and Ken.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
You got my head above the clouds, my feet above the ground, and I'm not coming down, 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 down. Got my speakers pumping loud, I'm feeling every sound, and I won't turn them down, 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 down.
In this night of starry sky, my baby told me with a sigh, words that came across as a doubt. I reassured that every day my love.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
Now he's thinking about me every night. Oh, is it that sweet? I guess so. Say you can't sleep, baby, I know that's that me espresso. Move it up, down, left, right, oh, switch it up like Nintendo. Say you can't sleep, baby, I know that's that me espresso. I can't relate.
I'm ready. What is purpose? If it only lives in your head, a boardroom, a promise. What is purpose if only an idea? If it does not become what it can be? You see, where purpose finds passion, when it takes action, the world is a better place. When it becomes real, when it delivers peace of mind, purpose becomes a force for change. It changes circumstances. It changes livelihoods. It changes futures. It comforts. Because when you are there for someone when it matters most, when you take a stand for the vulnerable,
Never heard it here before,
when you
but I'm so glad he understands who the A-team is.
I thought we were the X-Men, Kola.
Nah, let's not pile too much on them. They'll feel the pressure, Ken. It looks like play back underway, and looked like a bit of a painful one. Oh, come on.
Yeah, it is the first ball he faced from Janko Smith. Ball after Smith had removed Tepang Detoli with his first delivery. Looked painful, yeah.
Yeah, one staying quite wide, and I think after the pain that Mark Ackerman felt on his big toe, probably not going to be chasing too many of those.
He's always aggressive, Marcus Ackerman, as a batter. Tends to play very positively, whatever the situation. But he's going to have to temper that with good judgment today, with the Dolphins still 121 runs behind.
Well, that one nipped in, and he is gone. He won't be very happy with that. Ackerman obviously wanted to get his eye in, get set, but great delivery by Janko Smith, going the opposite direction, nipping in, and there was absolutely nothing that Ackerman could do with that.
Well, I'd like to see how high this was. That was my initial impression, was that it was quite high. No, not too bad. He was sort of crouched. He's not a tallish man. You could see he's
stayed quite low.
Astonished to be given out, but it did hit him around about the roll. Very good delivery, though. Angling back into the left-hander from Janko Smith from around the wicket.
And you'd have to say, with them trailing by as much as they do, but Hollywoodbets Dolphins will be feeling a little bit of pressure here. And it's going to be quite the balance, I suppose, Ken, and that they really need the runs now. They don't want to be too risky in chasing that score and that deficit, but they're going to have to do some scoring. Also, just taking a look at the weather, we could still lose 1 or 2 hours early on in the day, but it looks like the forecast for the afternoon is pretty good, so we should get mostly of the day available for play.
Well, at the moment, the Dolphins just need to try and find a way to survive this day, which has been an absolute horror for them so far. The bowling of Janko Smith, 2 wickets already in his first over of the day. Following the batting of Janko Smith, he made a career best 17 in a quite stunning last wicket partnership with the brilliant Dayan Khalim. They had 80 for the last wicket, which has made up the bulk of this considerable lead for the Titans. It's a record, actually. We'll go into that at the end of the over. A record partnership in 4-day cricket here at Centurion, and a record for the Titans against the Dolphins.
First delivery for Bryce Parsons, and he had to really think about that one coming across the stumps, across the face, and I think he'll be happy to have survived that initial delivery.
Lovely start.
Wow, Janko Smith getting a lot of movement with the new ball. It's testing times for the Dolphins batters, and they've lost their leading run scorer this season in Detoli, first ball of the over, and then their skipper, Marcus Ackerman. Here's the LBW again. Oh no, that's Detoli. As you see, playing a long way in front of his body. The square on view will show that nicely, and skewing the ball out to backward point.
Yeah, seemed to jump up on him as well, and just edging the top of his bat.
Yeah, Ackerman, he might also feel he might have got outside off stump.
What were you saying?
As Duan Janssen starts his second over outside off stump as well.
Who are we talking about?
Big job on the hands now for Pele and Parsons
But it's Tris. There's no
at the crease, as I mentioned earlier. They'll be wanting to get some runs on the board. They'll have to balance that. Have absolutely no doubt that the Titans have their tails in the air at the moment, and they'll be sniffing blood.
Absolutely, and there's nothing like a last wicket partnership to really frustrate and dishearten the fielding side and to lift the spirits of the batting team. It really is. It's like Christmas come early. And Dayan Khalim scoring 91 not out this morning of just 64 balls. And Janko Smith a career best 17. As I said, that 80 runs for the last wicket in quick pace as well. In just over an hour, and not even an hour, just over half an hour, and it's been a game-changing little period then.
Yeah, it seems to be the theme of this match. Day one finished off with that, the tail wagging, a lot of runs coming towards the back end of day one, and able to carry that innings into day two. So maybe most of the runs for these guys at the moment are being found lower down the order.
Well, someone needs to really step up for the Dolphins in their top order now. They're still 121 runs behind, 2 wickets down already.
And Johan Janssen at this moment certainly looking good for a maiden over, which won't be heartening for Pillay. He's faced 6 deliveries now, and I know he isn't supposed to be rushing to get the runs on the board, but it certainly would play on, I'm sure, the batsmen's minds. Even if I could just turn one away and get a single in, rotate strike a bit and start getting those runs flowing. Hasn't happened just yet for the Dolphins.
Doesn't matter who you are, that zero next to your name always looks pretty horrible.
Yeah.
Always a bit of relief getting that first run. And also, as you intimated, Kola, you don't want to get yourself into a hole, the Dolphins. I mean, they're in serious trouble. And they obviously need to dig deep and bat with a lot of determination. But you also don't want to just not be scoring, just be occupying the crease, because there's probably a ball with your name on it on this pitch. So you've got to be positive as well.
Well, I almost preempted a maiden over for Duan Janssen, and that's how it ends that over. No runs. 2 wickets down for just 9 runs for the team. And, I think the Dolphins will be feeling a little bit of pressure. Wonderful start to the day by the Momentum Multiply Titans. And I think, Ken, rather than just keeping the Dolphins score low, with those 2 early wickets, they'll be thinking, we are in with a sniff here. What do you think is going to happen with this pitch today, especially if that rain comes early?
Well, it's definitely a bowling day with it being overcast. And obviously there's a new ball as well. There's still a healthy covering of grass on this pitch. Even though it's the 3rd day, we've only had... That's a good delivery from Janko Smith.
Wonderful delivery.
Only 90 overs bowled across the first 2 days, which is basically 1 full day's of play. So we're almost on the 3rd day, but it's a 2-day-old pitch.
Yeah.
So, look, when Khalim and Smith were batting this morning, batting looked very comfortable. That was against a ball that was 50 overs old, though. So it's going to be tough going for the Dolphins here, certainly until lunch. And they'll be hoping the sun comes out in the afternoon.
Oh, that one as well is beating him for pace, and looked a little bit pensive in playing that shot, Parsons, almost wanting to pull out before the point of contact. The other thing, Ken, of course, is that The Titans at the moment, if you look at the field positions, everybody is in. I think one player on the boundary. So they certainly are turning the screws.
Well, there's no need for them to defend. They've still got a lead of 121. Tails are up, balls moving around, 2 wickets down already. Parsons looking tentative outside his off stump against some steep bounce.
Wow. The wonder is didn't quite carry. But again, like you say, Ken, outside off, making contact, but not necessarily attacking the shot.
Yeah, it was just a prod, wasn't it? Tentative, hesitant. And Janko Smith zeroed in on a wonderful little area just outside the off stump there, good length. And Parsons just pushing at it without any real confidence. He's on a pair, of course. And fortunate that dropped short.
Again, similarly, he's not changing up too much, Janko Smith, but then again, doesn't have to.
Apologies to Bryce Parsons. He's not on a pair. He got nine in the first innings. But he's batting like someone who's on a pair. He's looking very hesitant out there. It's testing times.
Well,
Janko Smith is bowling superbly.
You know, the weight of the entire team will be on these two's shoulders. Well, there we go. He'll be happy to finally get off the mark, and that looks like it's going to go all the way for 4. And I suppose a bit of relief as well for not just the Dolphins, but for Parsons in a personal capacity, especially having come so close to being caught there in the slips. But I think he needs every bit of confidence that he can pick up.
Massive relief. A lot of hands, a very handsy shot that, reaching for the drive a bit. But played it well, got it away, good contact. And he's underway.
Well left. And again, no real change up for Janko because he's been quite effective sort of bowling just outside. And having Parsons have to reach for the ball certainly has paid dividends so far.
He doesn't need to change anything really. Janko Smith has, we see the over, beaten outside off stump. Beaten outside off stump again. Some good bounce from a good length. From Smith, he's a tall man, edged and just short of Simon Harmer at second slip. Duan Jansen.
Well, he cut that away and it'll run away for 4. Pillay off the mark now as well. So both batsmen, I think, will be breathing slightly easier. Wonderful square cut and made it look very, very easy. Of course, not too many fielders down that side.
Very nicely controlled shot by Pillay. That is the one nice thing when there are lots of catches around the bat and bowlers on top. If you do make good contact, and especially here at SuperSport Park, if you beat the inner field, it invariably runs away for 4, such a quick outfield.
Yeah, it is. The drainage on this ground is absolutely superb. A lot of water falling over the first 2 days. Oh, wow. What more could Duan Jansen ask for? Absolute peach of a delivery. And there you go. Stumps decimated. Pillay back to the sheds. Only 4 runs in. That's the 3rd wicket down for the Dolphins. The pressure piling on the Durbanites.
And almost a repeat of his first innings dismissal, Ramesh and Pillay, who was bowled by Jansen for 8. Very full. And just through the gate, possibly with a bit of an inside edge again. And Pillay just too loose against the new ball. Yeah, I fancy there probably was a little bit of a scratch.
Yeah, he did. It changed direction there and straight onto to the off stump, and it was sent flying. What do you do now with the Dolphins change room? How do you get the last few batters to come and try and maintain or wrest back some level of control without necessarily throwing in the towel?
Well, the right man's coming out for that. Kaya Zondo, a really gritty batter, very experienced, nearly 7,500 runs in his first-class career. Unfortunately, you do find this where a batting lineup gets kind of rattled and kind of believes that there are all sorts of demons on the pitch, and there's always a ball with your name on it, and we can't bat on this surface, and someone just has to get in and then start to bat comfortably, and then you see that the pitch is not as bad as you think it is. Conditions aren't quite so impossible. I mean, it's hard out there, no doubt, but someone's got to really dig in. And Kaya Zondo, he has the technical proficiency, and he has the mental strength, I think, to do a job here for the Dolphins. He's the one who's on a pair, though.
Yeah, just left that and let us zip by him. And you mentioned demons on the pitch. I tell you what is evil this morning is a little bit more bounce, Ken, than what I think I saw yesterday afternoon. Ball really carrying quite well through to the wicketkeeper. And yesterday felt like it stayed quite low.
Yes, Kola. So the pitch would have firstly sped up a little bit because it's drier. And also the Titans are bowling with a new ball, a nice hard new ball. Whereas yesterday afternoon the Dolphins had bowled in the morning, and Senokwane, Peterson and Neil Brunt had kind of blunted the new ball a bit. So the Titans are and they've got two very tall men bowling as well.
Exactly.
Who can extract the bounce on offer.
Two fairly similar back-to-back deliveries there by Dwayne Jansen, and Kaya Zondo doing well to navigate.
Jansen so far just angling the ball into the right-handed Zondo. He does, of course, have the ability to straighten it off the angle, coming around the wicket, trying to get that edge to the slips. Looks like a short leg is going to come into play. Yes, there we go, the helmet. Give Kaya Zondo something else to think about.
And you spoke about his experience, keeps a cool head, and going exactly to where the gaps are. He'll be very happy to get off the mark. 4 runs.
Nicely put away by Zondo. An emphatic stroke. Pouncing on a bit of width. He is strong on the cut. And gets off the mark in style to end the over. 5 overs gone. 21 for 3. Dolphins are still trailing by 109 runs.
It was a very good cut shot, and he had to react fast. It sort of reached rib height, but doing very well to sort of lean back into the shot. Look at that. And unleash.
Waited for it nicely. Played it when it was pretty much in line with his eyes. Janko Smith, 2 wickets in his first over. Back again.
Oh, they're pushing for 2 and a bit of a mix-up at the moment. Sure, that'll be a sigh of relief. Not great communication between the two batters.
Wow, and Junior Dollar threw to the wrong end.
On top of it, but Parsons they didn't quite wait for Zondo's call there.
Well, you don't generally take on Junior Dollar's arm. He's got arguably the best throw in the country from the boundary. And he was in off the boundary there. But Parsons maybe would have been struggling to get back. He'd come halfway down at the non-striker's end before Zondo quite rightly sent him back and Dollar threw to the wicketkeeper.
You're right about his arm as well. Stocky, strong player, Junior Dollar. Ease that away for a single. Well, it's not been that uneventful the last last over, and I think if anything, the Dolphins will feel like they've survived.
The whole morning, the whole game feels like someone's pressed the fast forward button. It's been going at a rollicking pace, highly entertaining stuff. 3 wickets down already after the batting of the Titans' last pair this morning.
Whoa, wow. Again, that bounce that we spoke of, and Smith certainly bashed that into the ground, carries very nicely through to the wicketkeeper. Big swing by Bryce Parsons. You'll be glad he missed that.
Well, why is he playing at this? And it's not that big a swing. It's almost half-hearted. It's almost like he changes his mind midway through the shot, but he can only get himself into trouble playing like that outside, that far outside off stump. Much better.
Yeah, but I think it must be playing on his mind as well. He was able to get off onto the board and get the scores, the runs underway, and he'll have at the back of his mind that he needs to score more. So, these are the opportunities that the Titans will be waiting for.
Smith's doing wonderfully. He's just pegging away just outside that off stump, waiting for the mistake.
Well, that one nipping right in, and he had no choice but to play that, Parsons. Doing very well to dig it out.
So Janko Smith put himself in the record books with his batting this morning. That partnership with Diane Khalim of 80 for the last wicket, the best ever for in 4-day cricket at Centurion at this venue, beating the 76 Nono Pongolo, our commentary colleague, and Pumelele Machukwe put on for the Lions against the Titans.
Well, that's going to trickle away all the way to the boundary. He gets 4 runs. It also looked fairly similar to his previous delivery, Janko Smith. But Parsons really, really getting onto that shot. And like you say, Ken, once you penetrate that inner ring, that ball will run pretty good speed all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, it was nicely played that by Bryce Parsons. Didn't try to overhit it, just timed it nicely off the legs. Very good shot. So that partnership, I mentioned the 76 between Pongolo and Machikwe for the Lions. It was in 2015-16 season, so they've held that record for a decade. It was also the record last wicket stand for the Titans against the Dolphins. The previous record, 76, Heine Kun and Etienne Balati in Pietermaritzburg in 2011-12.
Mentioning a couple of Titans legends we haven't seen in a couple of years' time on the pitch.
Absolutely. Etienne Balati, if not their leading wicket taker ever, pretty much close up there. Heino Kuhn, one of their leading run scorers, held the record for a long time.
You'll be very happy with that that line that is bowling at the moment, Janssen. Getting good length on it as well. It's a pretty good delivery.
Yeah, that's the difficulty, Marco Jansen bowling around the wicket, that he brings it back very sharply into the right-hander. But then the odd one he can get that starts on that angle and then just holds its line or just straightens a bit. And you can very easily end up nicking off to the slips.
Almost as if he was listening to you there, Ken, for a bit. You think he's listening to the commentary down there?
I hope not, for his sake. Who, the batter or the bowler?
Bowler.
Oh, the bowler, yeah, I don't know. Well,
that one didn't nip in as much as the previous two deliveries, so...
He doesn't need any advice from us. He's been bowling beautifully in this match. Duan Jansen and Zondo a little bit flat-footed playing from the crease there, and that's why it was airborne for a little while, but safe enough.
That Junior Dalla herring after.
Bryce around.
I'm surprised they actually Kaya Zondo going for that run there.
I think they made the right decision in the end, not to run. Interesting that for Bryce Parsons, there's a very deep short leg. He's actually a short square leg, really. You see there Keegan Peterson under the helmet. So that'll be more for the little flick off the pad.
Oh, wow, there you go. Didn't need him at all. That ball rising all the way. It's a pretty good catch.
Good bounce from Jansen, and definitely part of the plan there. You saw Parsons just kind of nudging at that delivery. If he got a lot of bat to it, it could have gone to short square leg.
Absolutely,
But
Peterson was ready for it.
Yeah, he got just a little sliver of bat to it. And flying through to the wicketkeeper. It looks a bit unlucky for the batter, but it's good bowling by Jansen. It's definitely part of a plan. And let's just see if Parsons' weight, if he overbalances here. No, not too bad. It's just the awkward bounce by Duan Jansen. And 30 for 4. The Dolphins are in disarray. 7 overs gone. And, well, perhaps Pierre de Bruin and Johan van der Vat can put things right for the visiting side.
All right, we'll hand over to the real A team.
There we can see that dismissal, that extra bounce. He's got a bit of glove. Yeah, just got the glove straight through to Pretorius. And like Ken Borland said, Dolphins in disarray. 30 for 4. And they're only going into their 8th over. Still 100 runs behind the Dolphins. They need a special knock from someone.
Maybe more than someone. How often have we seen that momentum gets taken away from you? You go into the break with that partnership that almost broke the back of the Dolphins, and you come out and you lose early wickets. It's always also been the case with 4 quick ones. Yeah, and all of them were willing to play shots. Yeah, there was a couple unlucky ones, but pretty loose.
Short wide, punish straight to the fielder. Now, all action this morning so far in this first session, extended session, half an hour extra with all the time lost. But it's a session that belongs to the Titans with bat and now with ball. Impressed with young Janku Smith, Johan?
Yeah, I'm just thinking, even before you asked the question, I loved the way that he ran in with intent. I didn't see him bowl in the first innings, but he was successful. He got a few wickets. But I like the way that he runs in, hits the deck pretty hard. He's a tall bowler, extracted some movement. He bowls a good length, mostly, which is important. Sometimes you can get carried away if you've got the pace and the bounce, which he possessed.
Oh, that's a wild one.
And as I say that, he lets one go wide outside off. Lucky to get away with it. But he looks a hard worker. He looks like he can run in all day. Pretty unlucky. He could have gotten Parsons out a couple of times. It went past the bat of the left-hander numerous occasions in that one over. But in saying that, the Dolphins has been pretty loose. They're looking for big scoring opportunities. I haven't seen somebody that's ready to work hard for a big, long innings. Are we going to find it? Are the Dolphins going to find it in this partnership? Pillay just joined Samal Pillay, the left-hander. Probably didn't think he was going to bat after 7.5 overs.
No, definitely not. They do have the gritty Full-Yun and the talented Bosch still to come. But this is the partnership, just to settle things down, to get rid of this deficit. Another one down leg. Is there a glove? No. Umpire this time around says no. But the Titans very convinced.
You don't blame the Titans for appealing. Things has gone their way slightly. I think this one is off the thigh pad. So it's the correct decision. But again, there's a lot of action. He makes things happen. Both these bowlers. Interesting ploy from Janssen. He got a wicket strangled the previous over. I'm not sure if I agree with this angle that he goes around the wicket, especially with the new ball. If you do this later on the innings and you try to go into the body, that's a different scenario. You're taking out a couple of ways of getting him out of play with this angle, but it's worked the previous over.
Yeah, and because of that wicket in the previous over, he's now got a leg slip in position. 3 slips or 2 gullies. Oh, that has just gone across the left-hander. That's possibly what he's trying with this angle around the wicket to the left-hand batter, is to bring the slip fielders in play, taking the ball across the left-hander. And then also have the option to go a bit straighter with that leg slip in position. Here's the straighter one. Fielder is not going to get there. Quite square, that fine leg fielder.
Yeah, it's the risk you're running if you want to continue with that ploy on the body. It's easy pickings for the left-hander. There's absolutely no chance that's going to go to leg slip. Valiant effort in the deep, but Pele is off the mark.
Yeah, this angle that's going to take out that dismissal, LBW.
Yeah, there's one of the dismissals that you take out, and almost a ball through the gate as well with that angle. He's changing up now, which I like. Brings in. You can keep this angle and still keep your leg slip. It brings in both sides. If you maybe lose one or go straighter a little bit, but for me this brings in LBW, bold, caught behind. All modes of dismissals.
Oh, misunderstanding. Direct hit would have been very, very close. Last thing the Dolphins need now is a run out.
It's a misfield. Never run off the misfield, as the saying go. The throw was too high. I think he was back safely. But the Dolphins, the 34 runs has been pretty risky.
Duan Jansen in his 5th over. Possible change coming up in personnel. Got the options of Junior Dala, Dayan Khalim.
Over, let's take drinks.
34 for 4. Sorry sight for the Dolphins, that card. 34 for 4. Vitole, Pillay, Ackerman and Parsons. In the blink of an eye, they're back in the hut. Players gonna enjoy a drink. And we'll see you in a couple of minutes. The two opening bowlers for the Titans, Duan Jansen and Janku Smith, has done the damage. 2 wickets apiece. And it's time for bowling change from the Henops River end. Dayan Khalim, he's had a good day. Started this morning with a bat, 91 not out. Got the Titans into a very, very good position. Can he do it with a ball? No, first ball is a loosener and punished over mid-wicket for boundary.
Yeah, hasn't got the pace for that length. I agree with you. Maybe just a little bit stiff from this morning's batting. But I was going to say he's one guy that can bowl that length, that fuller length on this. But it's very well played by Kaya Zondo. Sees it pretty quickly, just rolls around it, and well in front of square.
Again short, again the same punishment. Not a good start from Khalim.
Yeah, I would know, Khalim, that it's not the length, it's pretty interesting because he's normally somebody that pitches up and allows it to swing, but equally well played again from Kaya Zondo. Just swivels on the back foot and helps it along. So many times that you don't want the hard work undone by the openings bowlers. Those two, Janku Smith and Jansen, has put each a good spell. 9 overs of high quality, lots of pressure. So you want to keep that up as a first change bowler.
Yeah, he's just not finding that length. This time around there's protection on the boundary, so only the single. Straight away coming around the wicket to the left-hander. 2 slips in the gully. Orthodox field.
Well on.
Another boundary to finish off the over. Very expensive from Khalim. He's released the pressure. 13 runs coming off that Khalim's over. 3 boundaries and 3 loose deliveries.
Yeah, and it's the length. These were the first ones. Easily played by Kyle Zondo. He's usually strong with the back foot. Halim hasn't got the pace. The second one was hit even harder. And the last boundary of the over, also for me, length combined with a bit of width, makes it pretty easy for the batters. He needs to be at least a meter or so fuller. We saw one delivery maybe in that over in the right length. So the captain will have a word, I think. But you don't want to hand the momentum to Pillay and Zondo at this stage.
10 overs gone. 47 for 4. So the Dolphins going at a healthy run rate, 4.7. The problem they're sitting with is the amount of wickets they've lost. Janssen, he's in his 6th over, around the wicket. Oh, extra bounce. There's his weapon in Janssen. He gets that steep extra bounce.
Yeah, all of 6'8", 6'9". Which is the tallest? Tuan or Marco? You don't
Last
know.
time I saw Marco is a little bit.
But that means the release point is way higher, and that's why it extracts that bounce that we've just seen.
Now that's smash. That's a lot of width in the air. No real feet to talk about in that shot.
Yeah, it's pretty loose. Lucky this time it hasn't gone to the fielder. But in trying to save or build a partnership, I would be encouraged as a fielding side and as a bowler. With shots like that,
nicely punched down the ground. They're going to turn for 2. Nice little period here for the Dolphins. Partnership of 20. And that's also the 50 on the board for the Dolphins. And you have 63 balls.
looks a handy player, Shamal Pillay. To be honest, the first time I've seen him, the little left-hander. Looks pretty organised, both on the back foot, also on the front foot.
Yeah, the Dolphins. They've got so much work to do. They got themselves into a bit of a predicament, being 4 down within 10 overs. Still 79 runs behind. But this is a window of opportunity for the Dolphins now. It's this partnership that's grown to 21. You like to take that to 121. To have some sort of a say and wrestling momentum back in this game, but there's a lot of work ahead of them.
Yeah, with Halim being expensive, all captains almost forced to make a change. But history shows that Junior Dollar can also be expensive. Yes, he's got some pace. He does have the ability, the golden arm, but he's in previous matches. He is a bit expensive, so it's another opportunity for the Dolphins.
Yeah, one area Junior has identified in the winter is his length, especially in this format. He's generally that back of a length type of bowler, which is it looks good, but it's not effective. So he's focusing on getting that ball half a meter fuller. See if he can get something on the ball, maybe a bit of swing. And he starts with a short one. And that was nearly a big mistake from Kai Zondo. Just getting a bit loose, Kai Zondo, that previous over now.
Yeah, I feel it's the way he's been playing, and it's probably the reason why he's got a pretty below average, because he needs to identify the situation. As you see, nearly straight down the throat of the deep square leg. It could have been 10 or 15 in. It's a big boundary on the leg side. But yeah, again, as a bowler, you don't mind that. You feel that there's an opportunity around every corner.
That delivery there, that's his natural length. Can play that off the back foot, which Pillay has done nicely. I'd like to get that length a little bit fuller. Drag the batsman forward. Even if you get driven, it doesn't matter. It gives you a chance.
It's almost a length that he's been fighting against for his whole career. I remember when Arsenal played it. This is 9-10 years ago. It's a length that we felt back then that you camp on the back foot, because and I've heard him in numerous future seasons that he's working. He needs to get his length fuller, and he hasn't got a classical action. I'm not sure if it's a difficult thing for him to adjust to get that fuller length. But certainly on this wicket, a full meter fuller for him now will be the zone he's looking at.
You asked for the first change bowlers to be on the button, especially after that first 9 overs of Jansen and Smith. That set the tone, set a nice foundation for these bowlers to just continue that work, but they haven't done that. Halim, that over of 13, and now Dala, just not finding that area early enough. That's too easy. That's way too easy. He's apologizing to the captain in Junior Dala. That's the end of the over. I didn't see one delivery in that over which was the right length.
Yeah, and hence he's saying that maybe he finds it difficult for that length. That's forced the captain, as everybody will see shortly, to, in my view, probably one of the best off-spinners in the world right now at this stage, to bring on Simon Harmer. We haven't seen a lot in the wicket for the spinners, But such is his class, you don't take 1,000 first-class wickets without knowing how to bowl on different surfaces. 1,018 first-class wickets. Staggering what he's done in his illustrious long career. A lot of those in the county championship for Essex, if I can remember correctly. Essex, yeah. And so happy to see him perform in the international stage as well.
He's also come off a very successful test series in India. He's led the way there in the spinning department.
Yeah, not the same conditions, but he has been successful through the years in all conditions, and that includes South Africa.
There's a little bit of turn there, turn and bounce. First delivery. Yeah, definitely a little bit of turn that will excite Simon Harmer.
Yeah, I think the thing that you mentioned is the bounce as well. Spinners love to extract bounce, almost more than turn. But if you can get both, it's a dangerous aspect for any batter.
Interesting field. He's got three men on the boundary on the leg side. Long on, deep mid wicket as well as deep square. So that takes away the sweep shot or the boundary option for Zondo.
They've played against each other so much. They just know Zondo is burning. He's a very good sweeper of the ball. He's pretty aggressive. So burning to take him on over the mid the onside.
There it is. There it is. But the protection is there. End of the over. 55 for 4.
Leading edge there by Kaya Zondo as Junior Dala begins his second over.
Yeah, Kaya Zondo seems to only have one speed when it comes to his batting, Ken. He's shown a couple of really good, well-selected shots. Junior Della, also one of those experienced campaigners, been around the block, one of the senior players in the side now, and I think you kind of need those cool heads. 4 wickets down, 58 runs on the board. And the Hollywoodbets Dolphins still trailing by 72 runs.
I do just think for the last 45 minutes maybe, the Titans started really well with the ball, but I just think they've got a little bit too short in the last half an hour, 45 minutes. Junior Darla's bowled 9 balls now, and 7 of them have probably been almost in his half of the pitch. I do get it, there is bounce in that, but didn't get a short leg in.
Yeah, we spoke about the bounce and the carry a little earlier. And also you pointed out just the impact and the effect of the new ball, but I'm sure by now it's starting to get a little scuffed. That's a beautiful looking shot, that. Hooked it, he'll be happy with the 4 runs.
Wow,
Six, it's maximum.
Went all the way, yeah.
Goodness
Sailed
me.
over the heads of everyone. Excellent batting by Samal Pillay. You see in the corner of your screen there that a short square leg was brought into play, which is fine if Junior's going to give him a bit of head music. But Pillay, what a shot, responded to it by just going up and over. And then front foot, confidently forward, not hanging back at all. I was impressed with Samal Pillay in the first innings. Just 18 years old, playing his second first-class game. He scored 23, hung around for over an hour, and he's made a very composed start to this innings as well.
Well, Lefty certainly is playing as though he's got a lot of experience under the belt, and I wonder how much confidence you'd get from playing opposite someone like a Kaya Zondo, who you know is going to get the runs flowing. Certainly looks like a very confident young man, Pillay. He's going almost to run a ball.
Good point, Kolo, about batting with Kaya Zondo. It has to help, no doubt about it. Very calm character. Kaya Zondo has seen it all. Played international cricket, and what a great opportunity for an 18-year-old to come out here. The heat of battle, it's a difficult situation, but he's got Kaya Zondo with him, which can only help.
Simon Harmer up. Change of pace, bit of spin. Perhaps wasn't expecting it to come this early, but maybe they've seen something, or just need to change it up.
I think Simon Harmer, as captain, maybe just a little bit concerned that the Dolphins are scoring at 4.5 runs to the over. It's the scoring rate is getting a little bit out of control, mostly due to that short pitch bowling. And Simon Harmer, if he's not taking wickets, the one thing he does do is really tie up an end and lower the scoring rate.
Yeah, sort of stem the tide, and I agree, it's not always about how many wickets a bowler takes. Sometimes it's managing to control who is on strike when, have the batsman thinking a little bit more about what shots they can play and when.
The obvious example of that was Ethan Bosch in the Titans' first innings. Only took 1 wicket, but bowled really, really well, created pressure. And there's no doubt that Kele and Lewis 4 wickets each owed a bit to Ethan Bosch, the pressure he created at the other end. Still a mystery to me why he didn't bowl late yesterday afternoon and didn't bowl at all this morning. when Khalim and Smith were plundering runs.
Got through that over incredibly quickly, Simon Harmer. I think they'll be very happy with that. Just one run off the over. 66 for 4 now. Zondo up to 23 opposite Semal Pillay. Not out on 19.
Harmer's also good for the over rate. He helps in that regard as well. Semal Pillay came out to bat yesterday, and Simon Harmer was at him very quickly. Obviously, the matchup between the off spinner and the left-hander, and he had a bit of a torrid first over against the world-class offie, but then I thought Pillay actually played Harmer pretty well after that. So it's going to be another interesting battle today, no doubt.
Dala back on attack.
That's a better length from Junior Dala, and you could just see Zondo still trying to play the horizontal bat shot and nearly getting into a bit of trouble because it wasn't quite as short as he thought it was.
And also with Harmer introducing himself into the bowling lineup, gives an opportunity sometimes for the seamers, the faster, the mediums, to maybe even change. To change which end that they're going to be bowling from. Which I'm surprised hasn't happened here with Junior Dala, but you'll be happy with the way he started this over.
I think there's been a bit more bounce bowling from the Henops River end, so that's where the paceman will prefer to bowl. Luckily as well, things have changed a bit in terms of the pitch and the areas that Simon Harmer can bowl for, or bowl at rather. In the first innings, I expected Simon Harmer to bowl more from the Henops River end because there were two patches either side of the wicket that were a little bit cracked and were the length was kind of in play. They were a little bit wide. But funny enough, looking at the pitch this morning, it's now switched and the two, and especially to the left-handers, off up at the other end, there's a big patch now. It's a bit loose from Kaya Zondo. There's a quite workable patch. A lot of rough created, I would say mostly by Okutle Kele.
Yeah, it looks like the bowlers are planting their foot pretty much in that little patch that you've mentioned. And you might see it as Junior Dala hairs in.
Dala as well. I mean, Kele is a heavy guy. He's a lot of high energy, and he'll create wear and tear because he's a strong guy at the crease. Oh, Zondo just trying to manufacture something there that wasn't really on. But so Kutlet Kele and to a lesser extent Junior Dala have created some nice rough at the Henops River, and there you could just see the first patch closer to the stumps is too close. That's too full. But just further away from the stumps and a bit further down the pitch, there's the makings of another patch, which I think Simon Harmer can target to the left-hander.
Yes.
They'll take a single, just one run off the over. Pretty good one by Junior Dala. And you're right, it seemed to me Kaya Zondo maybe being a little bit too cute, perhaps in his attempt to try and get just one run to penetrate that inner field.
And I'm not sure why, because things are going well for the Dolphins in the last 45 minutes or so. This partnership with 37. So they've more than doubled the score. Just keep doing what you're doing. It's the Titans who've had to change things and try and do something different.
That's right.
No need to give them a sniff just 25 minutes before lunch.
Harmer back in. That deficit now is 62 run deficit by the Hollywoodbets Dolphins from that score by the momentum multiplying Titans, edging ever closer. Swung that away. It'll run all the way to the boundary. Yeah, the runs certainly are coming a little bit easier. Simal Pillay had to wait out that last over by Junior Dalla where no runs came. There was no change in strike. So he'll be very happy to pick up where he left off.
Well, you see a silly pointer's edged closer there as well, and just a little bit too straight by Simon Harmer. And Pillay, well played. He's got the sweep shot as well.
He's got it all, the young man.
Yeah, confidently forward to that one. And you could see the silly points in play in case the delivery does pop up out of that rough.
Nicely forward. Very good block. We tend to think a lot of variation when it comes to the bowler, but I think with Pillay, you're seeing a lot of variation in his shot selection as well, which is really good for someone so young.
Yeah, every time the bowlers come up with a plan, he seems to have an antidote for it, and with another shot he can play.
That's the over 5 off it. 72 for 4. As I mentioned, the deficit creeping ever closer to the Titans total. There's 58 runs between the Dolphins and the Titans at the moment. There you go. They trail by 58 runs. But you sort of see the difference in the number of runs scored in the first innings by the Titans. 255 in that 56 overs. Not a lot of overs played, Ken, over the last couple of days. And I suppose a lot of it is weather related. I'm really surprised by the number of wickets that have fallen, seeing that we are still on day 3.
20 wickets in less than 100 overs. There's been some modest batting, dare I say.
No.
Ever the diplomat, Ken Borland. Modest batting.
Combined with the pitch that has been sporty, I mean, it's probably favoured the bowlers a bit. Simal Pillay, by the way, probably wouldn't be playing in this game were it not for Jason Smith having a little bit of a calf niggle that he's just resting.
Oh, that's going to go through. They'll chase it down. They turn for 2. Can they? They did think about a third and opted out. Well, that's really, really fascinating, Ken, that Pillay wouldn't have been available, because you look at the scorecard all of a sudden and top scorer in this innings for the Dolphins.
I love it when a young guy gets an opportunity, comes in, and even if he doesn't play the next game, he's shown that he's up to this level already.
No.
Seems to have a bit of a spring in his step, Junior Dalla.
I thought he bowled very nicely in the first innings. And he bowled 5 overs, 1 for 18, but he had good energy. He was fired up. He bowled at good pace, and certainly kept the pressure on after a very good new ball burst by Janssen and Smith.
Similarly, with that delivery, and I always think about the impact that the weather has on the players. It's not necessarily the rain or the wet or the thunderstorms, but it's nice and cool outside. And I think that the bowlers will thrive in this. They're not going to get worn down by, pretty hot sun in Pretoria and Centurion. And if you're out there for a couple of hours, I think you eventually start feeling it in the legs. So they'll be enjoying this. Oh, he's pulled that away, and it's going to get through all the way to the boundary. Another 4 runs. Kaya Zondo, we spoke about his experience, Ken. The runs are still coming. He'll be very happy with that. Disappointment for Junior Dala because it looked like he was well in control in this over.
I was going to say, actually, that he settled on a decent length in this over, but that one just dropping a fraction too short again. And Kaya Zondo, he's good on the cross-bat shot square of the wicket. For sure, what you say about the weather, Paula, it's been the previous 2 mornings have been pretty hot, and it is draining for the bowlers. And today is the day that they talk about it just feeling like a bowling day because it's a bit cooler and there's overcast conditions as well.
Yes.
Certainly, there's that, and as you mentioned earlier, the pitch certainly playing ball. I think the quicker bowlers will be enjoying the bounce that they're able to extract, carrying nicely through to the wicket keeper. Over up, 79 for 4.
And the deficit down to 51. So this partnership now with 49 runs, they're doing a great job. The stalwart Kaya Zondo and the rookie in Semal Pillay together. Simon Harmer will continue from the West Lane end. He's to the right-hander, Zondo. He's got a slip in place and a short leg, the 2 close catches.
Yeah, as Harmer takes over, and although it looks like, when you look at the scores, that the Titans have the upper hand. Nicely swung away. That is going to run all the way to the boundary. That's another 4 runs. Kaya Zondo is really piling it on. And talks to exactly what I was going to mention to you, Ken, that they are still going at, in fact, that run rate has increased to 4.5 and over at the moment. So I think the Dolphins will be quite happy with the last couple of overs that we've seen, at least with this partnership, which you mentioned between Zondo and Pillay. They're looking settled. 36 and 23 runs not out respectively.
And that lovely stroke by Kaya Zondo through extra cover actually brought up the 50 partnership between these two. Of just 68 balls, so it's good going. 7 4s and a 6 in there. Certainly turning the tide for the Dolphins after a terrible start when they were 30 for 4.
And all of a sudden, that will settle the batsmen even more, in that they feel like if they just keep doing this, the runs will come. They won't feel the need to chase the score particularly hard, taking fewer risks. He got bat on that, and he'll be very disappointed, Kaya Zondo. Just as I was giving them the plaudits for keeping the scoreboard ticking over, the role that he's playing in this partnership, being the senior of the two, this is going to be unsettling for the Dolphins.
Just when things are going so well, it looked like he was just trying to manufacture something, a shot that wasn't quite there, trying to give himself room to cut through the offside.
It's the second time he tries a little cute shot, maybe to get runs that I felt he really didn't need to be chasing.
Exactly. And it's against the turn. And Simon Harmer, you've got to be careful when you're up against such an experienced world-class bowler. And Kaya Zondo, well, he promised a lot, made 36. He's helped to stabilize the innings a little bit. But just when the Titans were maybe getting a little bit frustrated and a little bit worried about a big partnership developing, well, Simon Harmer's got the wicket. And again, you'd have to say a little bit of a soft dismissal.
Looking at that lineup, I was asking you a little while ago where the runs are going to come from for the Dolphins. I mean, we saw a couple of lusty blows, really good shot selection from Ethan Bosch. You mentioned Anu Viljoen, that he could is the next man in. Hopefully, keep the scoreboard ticking over. Beyond that,
Oh, Ethan Bosch, yeah, he's got capability with the bat. And Dile Similani can be handy. Tristan Lus can hit a long ball. But Viljoen is someone who can bat for a long period of time. Proper batter, proper talent with the bat. Don't be fooled by him coming in at number 7. He could certainly bat higher than that. So this again becomes a really key partnership for the Dolphins. That's what Viljoen did in the first innings. 17 off 28 balls. Looked promising.
wow.
Big trigger into LBW, yeah?
Not 100% sure there was a bat on it.
Thanks, Baba. KB deep square.
So into the 19th over, 83 for 5. Successful over for the Titans as Dayan Khalim will return to the attack. He bowled 1 over earlier that he got spanked for 3 boundaries. Bit of a loose over, maybe a bit stiff after his batting heroics.
Bro, do you see that? Bro, I'm now looking at the... Morning, sir. Can I put your medal? The thing, the date, yeah, the bat.
Bit more chatter in the field now from the Titans. Spirits lifted by that wicket. They were held up for nearly an hour, that partnership between Zondo and Pele. You see the 2 slips that Dayan Khalim has got. There's the tall figure of Duan Janssen at gully as well. That's a good line from Dayan Khalim and a bit of extra bounce as well. Well left by Viljoen.
So the umpire looked skywards just now. That's because somebody local was doing some low flying over a helicopter, thought he'd get a game of cricket in.
You get a good view from the Gautrain as well if you're quick.
You do, but it moves too fast.
A bit like this game has been going.
Very much. You could hear him exert a little bit of pressure, and Khalim will be thinking, well, Viljoen is the new batter in, he's not settled yet. Let's try and put him under a bit of pressure.
Absolutely. You could also hear one of the fielders saying 10 minutes, 10 minutes. It's 10 minutes to go until lunch. If the Titans can just nip out one more wicket, as you say, the new batter, always vulnerable. Khalim does move the ball around, so it's a big last 10 minutes.
Oh, wow, that stayed very close to the stumps. It was a pretty good leave at the end of the day by Anu Viljoen, but I'm sure his heart was in his throat for a moment.
Yep, it's good cricket. Lovely line by Khalim and sharp judgment by Viljoen. We saw yesterday 2 deliveries running from that end, jagged back quite sharply to get Peterson and Makanya out of successive deliveries.
That's right, yeah. Very similar delivery there as well. Pretty good over by Dayan Khalim. I know that the Titans were calling and pushing for a wicket. They're almost at the lunch break. I think it's imperative for them to try and take one, as they do want to wrap this up. They don't want the tail to wag. They don't want Pillay to start building a second partnership here with Anu Viljoen. As you said, Ken, very handy with the bat, as is Ethan Bosch, who's the next man in. Simon Harmer back in. He's taken a wicket, gone for 11 runs, 84 for 5. One certainly feels like the Titans would have gone out there with the intent to not have to go out and bat again. And sort of really attack this game, take it by the scruff of the neck and try and get as many wickets under the belt as possible. And hopefully not have to pad up.
Well, I think with a lead of 46 only now.
Well, good shot there.
There's the one that pops out of the rough. And Pillay really was nowhere there. Nothing he could do. He was high off the bat, but eluded all the fielders.
And also making use of that spot that you'd mentioned, Ken, about a foot in front of where the batter is.
No, that's too full. The batter can cover that easily before the ball does anything. It's the patch about 1.5 meters, 2 meters from the crease, a bit wider, which especially for the left-hander. As we saw that one delivery that bounced sharply, it can create some problems.
You seem to be disappointed with that, Khalim. It sort of stayed low, that delivery, and maybe losing a little bit of carry. And we were talking about the state and the condition of the ball will be deteriorating as we continue on.
Just a little bit too wide, I think, by Khalim. I want to be a little bit closer to that off stump.
Again, he pays attention to you in commentary. I don't know how you do that, Ken Borland.
State secret, Connor. I'm not allowed to tell you.
He certainly is compliant. Oh, well, he went for a big swing there, Anu Fillion. And this is what happens as well. We spoke about it a little bit earlier in the match. When the runs don't come and he's going to be counting all of those dot balls and think, oh, I got to get off the mark. Every now and again, one of those loose shots will happen.
Dead right, caller. That's why it's good bowling. He's just hanging it outside that off stump. Fillion wants desperately to get off the mark. Just drove at one. He shouldn't have driven at there.
And even that, which was a good leave, not too much in it for him to play at, but again piling on that pressure in his mind. He'll be thinking, maiden over? Probably not the best time for one of those.
Khalim has been very good since he came back for his second spell. Just one run from 10 deliveries he's bowled.
Yeah, fielders felt like there was an opportunity there for a catch, but I think more optimistic than anything.
It just skewed off the bat a little bit. Square of the wicket, airborne for a very short while. There's no one catching in that area. Dala was at deep point, which I don't like. Khalim's bowling well. Didn't want the batter to get off the mark, bring the point in.
That's well done by Pillay, because again the batters will change strike, so he will be facing. I think it's probably the best outcome that the Dolphins could have hoped for, especially after an over that only saw 2 runs scored, and it dries the runs drying up a little, but Pillay is certainly the man who's got his eye in at the moment. I think he'll be confident he can get some runs in this next over.
Another thing I like about Semal Pillay, these days you often see youngsters come through as Pillay works at one nicely for one, and that's kind of my point. You see youngsters come through who can hit boundaries these days, who are great T20 players, and that's their focus, how hard they can hit the ball, how big they can hit it. But the softer skills like rotating the strike, maybe not so good at. Pillay has shown how good he is at getting those singles.
Yeah, especially in 4-day cricket.
Yeah, as well as hitting boundaries. He's got 3 4s and a 6 in that 26. But otherwise, he just rotates the strike really well.
Ooh, big shot there. Still feeling a little bit of that heat, Anu Fillion, and I think just looking at the way he's going about it, also trying to emulate what Semal Pillay is doing, and hoping it'll trickle down and rotate strike 1 run.
Well, the body language and just the feel of the two batters couldn't be more different. Pillay looks composed, calm. He's obviously been there longer. Fillion is edgy and trying different things. Looks ill at ease. That's a good defensive stroke. And that's the thing, this pitch, it's difficult to get in on. You've got to take your time. You probably need a bit of luck early on. But the one thing you just got to keep telling yourself is that it will get easier.
Oh, over up, just 1 run from that, but I suppose the positive is that Pillay will be back on strike.
And the last over before lunch. So Dolphins have managed to steady the ship a little bit since the loss of Zondo. The partnership's only worth 4, but these two together for a while.
And the deficit down to 43 now.
You touched on it earlier, Kola, how the Titans still need to keep concentrating here and keep the intensity high, because only 43 ahead. One big partnership puts the Dolphins in credit. If these two could, say, put on 100, suddenly they're 60 ahead, and then you get Bosch scoring 30 odd, and suddenly you get a lead of 150, 160 maybe. Batting last on this pitch, that's going to be a tricky target.
Well, you could hear it. Certainly clipped on the way to the wicketkeeper. It's a really good delivery. He sort of just reached out at it. It's going to be a massive loss this for the Dolphins, because Pillay looked like the man who was going to get the deficit all the way down and hopefully start to build a bit of a partnership. Viljoen's got a lot to do now. And really good delivery by Dayan Khalim. And again, well timed. You mentioned it. It's almost the lunch break, and they had been saying it out there. Just a couple of minutes to go.
Exactly, Kola. The timing of the wicket is really just makes it twice as bad. The over before lunch, the set batter, the guy who's looking solid. Oh, and I don't think he needed to play at this one. It did swing away a little bit. It was a good ball from Khalim, but it started probably outside off stump, and the over before lunch batted so well with such patience. Why is he chasing after that one? Well, delight for the Titans. What a morning they've had. They took their first innings total to 255, a lead of 130. Khalim, brilliant, 91 not out of 64 balls. He and Yanku Smith putting a record 80 for the last wicket. And now they've taken 6 Dolphins wickets in the second innings, and they still lead by 43 runs.
And lunch also an opportunity for the bowlers to get a little bit of rest in. And they're going to come out firing after this break. They'll be sniffing victory. They know there are only 4 wickets in it. It's going to be a bit of an uphill battle for the Dolphins. As you mentioned, that deficit down to 43 runs now. And I still maintain they won't want to pad up and are a step closer to taking this result.
Well, Kola, your brave call of a innings win by the Titans, suddenly it is back on the table, isn't it? I mean, they've got 4 wickets to get, 43 runs for the Dolphins to score to make the Titans bat again. So, yeah, not impossible. Sure, you might come out of this day looking like the oracle of cricket.
I should have played the lotto today, Ken, and I didn't. But no, in all humility, I've learned from this. I learned from you, but it's going to be a big job for them when they come back out. Viljoen still on 1, and he'll be joined by Ethan Bosch after the lunch break. Dolphins still trailing by 43 runs, 87 for 6.
second session on day 3. Will this be the last rites for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins? As you see, Hanu Viljoen and Ethan Bosch out in the middle. The Dolphins are still 43 runs behind, and they've lost 6 wickets in their second innings, 87 for 6. What a morning it was for the Titans, Johan van der Walt.
Yeah, good afternoon. It was a crazy session. There was almost 140 runs in the session. Firstly, the Titans with the bat. They've stretched that lead. And then coming out with the ball, picking up 6 wickets in a session. It was a prolonged session with that extra half an hour, but they were dominant with bat and ball. They had 1 wicket in hand and they made the best of it. So the Dolphins find themselves in a bit of a struggle, a bit of a tangle, one should say. There's 43 runs before the Titans has to bat again. We've seen some indifferent wickets. We've seen some really good bowling. But this one feels this partnership between Bosch and Viljoen has to steer them past that 43 runs that they still need. Only for the Titans to bat again. Khalim is going to continue. His finish is over.
Good start, picking up where he left off. Bowled, I thought a really good spell just before lunch. Generally, that sort of stuff, just keeping it outside off stump, trying to encourage the batsman to make a play, and it worked. Over before lunch, Semal Pillay chasing a wide one and getting caught behind. That's nicely played by Ethan Bosch. Just from that stroke, you can see that he's got ability as a batter. He's got a decent technique. I would say he's a bowling all-rounder these days.
I have to say, for somebody like Ethan batting at 8, he could probably bat at 6. He's technically sound. I think the one thing that he does well, which we haven't seen a lot of this the Dolphin side, is he thinks about the game. He thinks about the situation. I doubt if you'll see a cheap wicket, a soft wicket from his side. Yeah, he could get bowled out, but he won't give his wicket away.
And that's nicely worked by Hanu Viljoen, who had a bit of a torrid time before lunch. Only managed the 1 single. He was there for quite a while. Ethan Bosch was undefeated in the Dolphins' first innings. Top scored 35 not out of a total of just 125. So he did a very good job for them in the first innings. Oh, that's a thumping straight drive by Ethan Bosch. Lovely timing and a really top quality stroke for 4.
The best place to look to hit the ball. It was airborne slightly, but they had no chance. But straight bat, full face of the bat, straight down the ground. Full value, mostly for your runs. And exactly what I meant earlier. He looks like an organised player. That is Ethan Bosch. Yeah, the one thing for Viljoen, he also looks pretty solid. He's got a 50 first-class average. I just felt those few overs of spin before lunch from Simon Harmer. He hasn't got a real plan against the off-spinner yet. He's still a youngster. Obviously, Harmer, for me, the best off-spinner in the world currently. But you need to be sure to have a plan defensively and also to rotate to strike.
17 balls Viljoen has faced for his 2 runs. Oh, he goes up and over. It's an aggressive start after lunch. It goes all the way onto the grass banks for 6. Well, that's the plan.
Yeah, there's your aggressive plan, which is very good. Really good shot. Takes him on pretty early, and the problem is you can't do that all day. So, but that's very good. That puts the bowler under pressure a little bit, but be sure to have a good defensive plan as well.
It's nothing Simon Harmer wouldn't have seen before, being hit for 6 or better, taking him on.
No, we've seen it a lot. He's got a lot of plans up his sleeve.
Defensively, Johan, between deliveries, what would be the key to playing an off-spinner like Harmer?
You're going to have to have your options defensively, first of all, where you're going to play him in front of the pad, next to the pad, but also just a rotation option. You don't want to get bogged down in every 10th or 12th delivery you're going to take a slog. You need an option to get off strike, get the scoreboard going, get yourself off strike, take the pressure off yourself. So that's a key factor. A lot of the Indian guys, if you take a Virat Kohli and those guys, you don't see many dot balls to them. They don't take boundaries all the time, but their dot ball option, which they take away from a bowler, is so good. That put pressures on the bowler. So that's a key factor for any top order batter against any spinner.
Moving around the crease a bit, getting outside off stump.
Yeah,
options.
You're going to have to maybe use your feet, maybe just to get to the pitch of the ball, punch it down to long on. Remember, 4-day cricket's a little bit different from 1-day cricket, where you constantly want to put the bowler under pressure. You just need to almost feel control the situation, either in attack, defense, or, in the old words, milking the bowler, getting singles.
Looks like Duan Janssen is having a bit of a stretch in the gully region. Wouldn't be surprised to see him have a burst soon after lunch. He's had a good break.
I want to know where Smith is. Smith, for me, was the peak of the bowlers. He's only bowled 4 overs. That 4-over spell didn't bring him back before lunch. Is there an eagle? I don't know, because he, for me, was the pick of them all. He's still a youngster. He should be bowling a lot more overs. If fit.
He did bowl superbly. No doubt he was the pick of the attack. I think back to when he was batting, he did get a nasty blow on the hand from a full toss from Tristan Luss. Required some treatment. But he bowled his 4 overs without looking in any discomfort.
Yeah, I don't see that being a problem. We can see him down at fine leg. There's no strapping. There's nothing there. I can't see you bowl 4 overs and then the issue arises. So I'd like to see him back in the attack, even from the Henops River end where Khalim is bowling from now.
Hooked away very nicely by Ethan Bosch. Another quality stroke by him. Picks the gap between fine leg and square leg for 4.
Yeah, dealing in boundaries. Ethan Bosch now. That's a short pitch delivery, not enough pace. The height wasn't there, and he split the 2 fielders. There's a man back a deep backward square and also fine leg, but he rolled over it, rolled the wrists, and kept it on the ground. And a fantastic shot.
Bit closer to off stump, but a good leave nevertheless. I suppose maybe Dayan Khalim, being a predominantly a swing bowler, the time you want to get him bowling overs is when there's still a bit of shine on the ball, still a bit of swing available for him. So maybe it's just get some overs into him, and then bring Smith back. But I'm sure Janko Smith would like the newer ball as well.
Yeah, I just feel if I bowled 4 overs, 2 for 14, firstly, he wouldn't get the ball out of my hand. I'll tell the coach, the captain, I need 1 more, 2 more. I'm good for 6 over spells, not only 4. I'm a youngster. I'm big and strong. Let me have a go. But I'm sure we'll see him soon enough. Maybe Harmer, nothing against Harmer, but there has been a lot in the wicket for the seamers, or enough. Maybe just a short burst again before you bring Harmer back.
Not that it's the be-all and end-all, but the left hand is also out, which I suppose was in Harmer's thinking when he came onto bowl. Yeah, Janko Smith bowled 5 overs in his opening spell in the first innings. So I don't think he was tired after 4 somehow. Maybe the batting exertions tired him out, Johan. He wouldn't have batted for so long very often.
Yeah, you see, batsman had it easy. Facing 20 balls can't tire you out, can it? I don't know. Maybe because I've faced so little balls in my career.
You did make the most of them, though, the ones you did face. End of the over, 105 for 6, and that deficit is down now to 25.
He's going to be a change, not the one that we expected. Maybe Smith from the Henops River end, but it's going to be Duan Jansen, which I think is the right thing. Both your strike bowlers, I think, is now the time, straight after lunch. I think it was like a courtesy extra over for Khalim because he took the wicket just before lunch. But one feels, get your strike bowlers on. 25 still to get that deficit. The quicker you can break the partnership, the better.
Absolutely, and you mentioned the importance of this partnership as well. So you do want to nip it in the bud as quickly as you can. Get your 2 strike bowlers back on. Oh, flamboyant. Gloriously put away by Ethan Bosch. Not the greatest delivery to start, though, by Duan Jansen. But, well, you got to give credit for putting it away so well.
A little bit of a loosener from Jansen. And just floated one up to Bosch and accepted gladly. And struck it through the line of mid-off and extra cover.
Hasn't bowled for quite a while, Duan Jansen. Although he did have quite a long opening spell, 6 overs. Maybe just getting loose again. There's a lot to get loose there. Still pretty overcast here at Centurion. You'd still say a good time to be bowling. Not as hot as it's been on the other 2 days. But wider from the crease, Jansen angled in and Bosch handles it nicely for a single. Just some scores from elsewhere in the country, what's been happening in the other 4-day series matches. That's loose from Janssen. It'll just be the one, though. And not the best over Duan Janssen has bowled in this match. It's 111 for 6. So down the road at the Wanderers, the Lions took their first innings to 374 all out. Zubair Hamza getting a century there, half centuries for Dom Hendricks, Connor Esterhuizen and Bjorn Fortuyn. And they've reduced Boland to 41 for 2 in reply. In Potchefstroom, a little bit further down the road, Northwest 160 all out in their first innings. The Warriors then powered on 387 all out. Jordan Herman, a really good 134. And then the tail wagged a bit. Kruger 76, Thomas Carver 45, and Northwest 29 for 1 in their second innings. As Jan van der Walt has his wish, Janko Smit back.
Yeah, about time. The big fast bowler, youngster, only bowled 4 overs. He bowled beautifully this morning. Firstly, had a great partnership with Dalian Khalim, and then came right in, struck early, and put these Dolphins batters under huge amounts of pressure. Glad to see him back. He needs the same for his captain now.
The other game on the go is in Pietermaritzburg, where Western Province are taking on the Tuskers, and Western Province in control there. They made 290 in their first innings. Half centuries for Daniel Smith, Valentine Katime and Kyle Simmons. And then bowled KZN in and out for just 148. Simmons 5 for 39 in 20 overs. And Western Province in their second innings, 201 for 6 declared. Daniel Smith made 93. So Tuskers have just begun their second innings, needing 344 to win.
Yeah, looks like a weekend of results. It's only this sort of singular weekend before they move away to a different format again. But yeah, it looks like all 4 matches are heading into a result.
They'll have to go some at the Wanderers, I think. It says alluded to Duan Janssen, but Junior Dala gets across well. 2 more to the total. They're still on first innings at the Wanderers. So
that's true. It's, the one game. Remember, there was a lot of rain interruptions at the Wanderers, as were at SuperSport Park. The only thing is, in the first 92 overs at SuperSport Park, 19 wickets fell, and that's the equivalent of 1 day's cricket. They should play 96 overs per day. With a lot of rains, we got 92 in the first 2 days. But the game moved forward with all those wickets tumbling.
Oh, that's a tight leave by Hanu Viljoen Smith, bringing that run back into the right-hander over off stump. Beautifully bowled. Has he found the edge? The Titans think so. Umpire Olivier agrees. Hanu Viljoen walking into his channel just outside off stump. And Smith bowled a beauty there.
That corridor outside the off stump, I think the previous one had a bit of an influence on this one, this wicket-taking delivery. He left one which was pretty close to off stump. There's a lot of oohs and ahs. Maybe he could have left this one, the one that he nicked. But the Titans will be happy. The partnership they wanted to break has been broken. He has to walk back for 11, Hanu Viljoen. And the 7th wicket has gone down. Just have a look at the line. Yeah, maybe the previous one was much closer and he left it. And I think that played in his mind. He decided to play faint little edge to the keeper. Pretorius doesn't make a mistake.
It always bemuses me, Johan. If you walk outside off stump, surely part of the plan is that anything outside of you, you know you can leave. And yet so many times guys walk outside off stump and still play at it.
Yeah, it's this... the cricketers, the new age cricketers of today, you don't see many leaves. But right there, as soon as if it's outside the line of your eyes, you know you can leave it. Because it was a decent length. You know that's a danger delivery. That's why you do it. You can leave it. You know it's not going to hit you off stump. And so one could say he's done the first part all right. And then went and played at something he didn't have to.
Yeah, there was a bit of a struggle all along for Hanu Viljoen. For 11, 113 for 7. Now the Dolphins still 17 runs behind as Smith's first over back results in success. His 3rd wicket, he took 2 wickets in his first over today as well. So a career best with the bat. His bowling figures actually in the first innings, 3 for 26, were also a career best. And he's got 3 wickets again now, so he's having a hell of a game. Tristan Luss is the new batter. Not on strike at the moment.
Yeah, still a youngster. Any relation to Sunelius? I don't know.
No, I don't think so. Not as far as I know. Although he does hail from these parts.
Yeah, he went to school in Waterkloof. Quite like what I see. He was very expensive today. He's still a youngster, but he's raw and there's something to work with. I think there's a little bit of promise in him with the bat as well.
Oh, no, another soft dismissal. Bosch has hit a long half volley straight to cover. It's been a disaster after lunch for the Dolphins.
Yeah, it's a shot that I can't believe. I mean, I said earlier, 10 minutes ago, it's the one player that won't throw his wicket away. He'll fight it out, grind it out. Not so. It's a delivery that you can't hit straight to a cover. Not a quality player like Ethan Bosch is. It's a gimme for the Titans. And this innings is starting to move towards the end. 8 wickets down. They've got 2 new players at the crease. Both haven't faced the ball. Exactly what the Titans wanted. Those 2 players that we mentioned, Viljoen and Bosch, is going to be key. If there's going to be a fight, it was going to be those players. They both back in the pavilion.
The only thing I can think of here is that Duan Janssen, the over's been a little bit all over the place. Wide outside off stump, and maybe Bosch suddenly just saw something reasonably on target that he could hit and got a bit excited. But it was there to drive, wasn't it?
He's a difficult customer to drive. If you think back the previous over from Duan Janssen, there was also a drive through the covers which were airborne. Because he gets a little bit steeper bounce, you need to get closer to the ball to hit the cover drive on the ground. And it could be just that extra bounce, hits the bat a little bit higher. It's just... you can't get your body weight over it. And that's one of the... Juan and his brother that he brings that to the party. He gives you that extra bounce. Sometimes if there's nothing in the wicket, he brings you just extra bounce, which can get batters in trouble.
And especially here at SuperSport Park, where there always is that little bit of extra bounce compared to, well, especially where the Dolphins come from, Kingsmead. A long time ago, it used to be a bouncy pitch, but not for a while now.
Yeah, they stuffed that one up with a lot of spinners contracted. I can still remember that early 2000s. Stephen Elworthy. Those of you who can remember that name, how him and Alan Donald tore through international teams with pace and bounce. Yeah, that's just all way back in the memory banks.
Oh, it's just wide of a second slip. Not a very convincing stroke from Andile Semalani. Really just hung his bat out to dry there. And, we used to talk about the Green Mamba down at Kingsmead. I don't think this pitch is quite along those lines, although some of the batters seem to think so. But unfortunately, there have been too many of these sort of strokes.
Yeah, it's a lazy shot. It's back of a length and he's just playing right through the line. He should be able to assess a little bit better than that. He's an international player and he's known for somebody that can hit the ball. I just feel there's not a lot of batters here that's willing to work and grind and grit it out, which is needed in this format. There's still a full day of cricket left. More than a day and a half, actually, that is left from now on. But it's all frenetic.
That's pretty nasty from Janssen, and he's struck Similani on the arm or the wrist somewhere.
It's the back elbow, the bottom of the back elbow, and that often happens with the extra bounce. Yeah, exactly there. Get some attention, but it's uncomfortable, no matter what way you look at it.
Yeah, just talking about the pitch again, Johan, it clearly has been a bowler's pitch, more in it for them than for the batters. But I think if we look at the 28 wickets that have fallen, I can't remember too many where you go, okay, that was an unplayable delivery. That's the batter couldn't have done much. There have been a lot of soft dismissals.
Yeah, there was a couple that stayed low, but yeah, I agree with you. A couple that caught behind, but there was a lot of loose shots. Loose deliveries that you could have left. You could have let the bowler come to you. But that patience for me almost seems that it's gone out the window. And not only first class level, you watch England, these bass ballers, which are having a massive struggle. But it seems like the 4-day and the 5-day games has been forgotten. Everything finished in 3 days, 2 days. I mean, if this game's going to finish today, it's basically finished in 1.5 days. If you take the overs in consideration, yeah, there's been a lot of rain, but things happen quickly. But that patience and that craftiness, if that's even a word, it's almost been thrown out the window.
I agree with you totally. Yeah. You mentioned England. Talk of them bringing in Jacob Bethel at number 3 for the 3rd Ashes Test. He doesn't yet have a first-class 100 to his name.
Yeah, if you've been following the Ashes, there's everybody is now on the bandwagon and abusing the English. Rightly so, because of the way they style. And Kola is just giggling at the back. But a lot of pressure. The problem there is, if that momentum, Australia is one of the hardest places to tour. Outside, not only the cricketing, but outside of cricket, the public is proper hard and harsh on you. And to turn them around is almost impossible, being 2-0 down, and the way they've lost. So it's hard work. And bringing in just new personnel, there's some added pressure on Bethel that they're looking to bring in at number 3.
The lovely thing about the Ashes is that as South Africans, we don't mind who we're mocking, Australia or England.
I was going to say, you wake up at 6 in the morning and be able to watch cricket. That's also the lovely thing. But yeah, look, neither of those are my favourites. But at this stage, while the English is down, step on it.
End of the over, 117 for 8. Johan van der Watt is going to find somewhere else to do some more pommy bashing. And Colin Shinga will join me.
This unsolicited attack on Bazball will not go unpunished and unrecognized.
Kola is a staunch English fan, not. Right, well, back to the task at hand, and Tristan Luss is taking strike against Janko Smith, who ended his first over back with a wicket.
Certainly has been eventful, hasn't it?
Yeah, this game, it really has been on fast forward, breakneck speed. There haven't been many periods that have been particularly slow. Oh, that's a nice shot by Tristan Luss.
Lovely shot. Fantastic shot there, Tristan Luss. And also has me wondering, Ken, now that I've returned to the commentary booth, how far I'm off from really having had to play a little bit of lottery this week. I was sort of thinking that they're not going to quite, the Dolphins, reach that deficit, but it's now been skittled all the way down to just 9 runs. So they did manage to put up a bit of a rear guard action, and you've been talking about how the tail has wagged continuously.
Credit to you, Connor. Your prediction has become a lot closer to reality than I thought it would. So 9 runs to get 2 wickets in hand to make the Titans bat again.
And the extremely tall Janko Smith has also made some great inroads. I bumped into him a couple of an hour or so ago during that lunch break, and man, his head is in the clouds. But they're talking in not literal terms. Incredibly tall.
Yeah, well, his head could be in the clouds this game because he's having a fantastic match. He got his career best bowling in the first innings, 3 for 26. He's on track to better that, 3 for 21, and a career best with the bat. And it was just 17, but really the match-changing partnership this morning with Dayan Khalim putting on 80 for the last wicket.
Played with intent by Andile Simelane. It'll only amount to 1 run, but I suppose that's what you want to do, though. So let's make sure the runs don't dry up completely. Take the singles. Started off the over with a 4, so not a bad over at all.
It was nicely played by Simelane. Got on top of the bounce well. Nice controlled push for 1.
It's in the air. Oh, and I can't believe it. We've seen a couple of drop catches in this match, and that will be incredibly disappointing for Junior Dalla. He certainly would have, I think, banked on catching that.
Well, when I saw who the fielder was, I was banking on it being out. Junior Dalla. Normally safe as houses. Had to get there quickly. He did. He got under it and
almost falling as the ball was coming down towards him.
Yeah, it just bounced out of his hands. Goodness, that's a unusual sight.
Johan van der Watt has been doing some coaching. He won't be happy with that.
Pierre de Bruin, our other fellow
There we
commentator,
go. Also,
does fielding coaching with the Titans men's side. Of course, he's the Fidelity Titans ladies coach here at the Titans, but he does put the men's side through their drills as well. And he'll be taking a little bit of note of that one. Junior Dollar. Oh,
it's costing me my very good call. And it wasn't particularly high. And I think what will disappoint him even more is because it didn't travel that much, there wasn't a lot of movement as the ball was coming down. There isn't any sun in his eyes either at the moment. I think is going to pay at the fines meeting. That's a lusty blow, really big swing. Stayed quite high. So it won't quite make the boundary. Looping shot into the air by Simelane.
nice little 9-9.
That's right.
Plugged well. Didn't go very far after it landed.
It is almost as if we're trying to get over the water.
Titans will have their eye on a day off tomorrow. Play some golf, no doubt, some of them.
Oh, didn't expect that run to come. It was a little high risk there. I don't know if they needed to push for that single.
Well, it was a very good call by Andile Simelane. He set off straight away, and he was safe, so Moonsami threw at the bowler's end, where no one's backing up. And poor old Duan Janssen gets 5 against his name now.
You speak about the fact that some of these guys will probably be hitting the golf course. We are a stone's throw away from 2 separate golf clubs right here in the Centurion area. Really good clubs in Centurion. Well, kind of feel like there was an opportunity there. That ball stayed in the air for a bit, but it will run straight to the boundary. Be very happy with that, Tristan Lees.
Well, it was so well struck that Dayan Khalim at mid-on didn't even move. It was past him almost before he saw it.
It stayed planted.
Yeah, very good strike by Tristan Luss. That's worth another look. Bang. And picks his gap very well too. Janssen switches to over the wicket.
Yeah, plating that off his feet. Is not going to get all the way to the boundary. There's some pretty good running between the wickets.
Duan Janssen's bowled really well in this match, but this spell has probably been his least impressive of the game. Just struggling to find his rhythm a bit.
Yeah, it's 13 runs off the over. It's quite an expensive one. Wow. That was a mighty swing by Tristan Lisa. I think he wanted to cash in, and maybe also think about the fact that Duan Janssen is not being as tight, as economical as he could be. Sniffing the opportunity to get some runs on his name, maybe get up to the upper 20s, 30s, maybe even more.
Well, he's obviously not backing his defensive game. He's going to try and make hay while the sun sort of shines here at Centurion.
He did it again, but he'll take those those extras. It's not what Duane Jansen would have wanted as the manner, as a way to finish this over. Incredibly expensive over for him. That just beat everyone.
17 runs off the over. Not helped by 4 overthrows. Rivaldo Moonsamy won't be his favourite person at the moment. And the Dolphins are in the lead. Suddenly, because of that over. They lead by 12, so effectively 12 for 8.
And the longer they stay out there, the less my prediction is accurate. So
Well, your prediction's gone. Kola, I'm
it's over.
afraid.
It's
That's
over now.
Titans will have to bat again. It was a very brave prediction, and it came a lot closer to being true than I expected, certainly. A long stop is being put in place, or a very straight third man, if you like.
Yeah, that is nicely pulled for 4. They didn't make use or have need of this deep lying sort of long stop position that they've just put in there. But I think after that previous over, they would have been a little bit mindful of just generating too much bounce and giving the wicketkeeper too much to do.
This is a quality shot by Andile Simelane.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that, and just cashing in another single and a good start to this over. I mean, 5 runs off the 2.
Wow, the flow of runs just continues with these two. As I'm going to say farewell, and Pierre de Bruin will be joining Koro and Shinga.
Much better control there by Janko Smit, and just wanting to stem the tide of runs. 5 runs off the first 2 deliveries. Dot ball followed up there for Tristan Lees. Both batters now onto 17 runs apiece. Simelane having slightly better go at it in terms of his scoring rate. Oh, well, there's an overthrow after it was incredibly well fielded. I think that'll be very disappointing. We've just seen a dropped catch as well in the deep by Junior Dala. And Pierre, we're talking about the fact that you're one of these guys who coaches fielding.
Yeah.
Did you have a bit of a frown on your face?
Yeah, look, I mean, you always look at the reaction time that Junior had there, and he ultimately had about 12 meters to make ground. With the ball being in the air for a long period of time, you would then suspect that he wasn't really connected to that play. He could have made it a lot easier for himself. However, you know, we do make mistakes. He knows it. He's actually a very good fielder. He's got good hands. In this situation now, we've seen this morning that the tail wagged for the Titans, and we see a similar pattern here with a partnership of 36 between Lees and Simelane.
Yeah, it's been the theme of this match. I mean, the very first innings also likewise. At the end of day 1, runs coming towards the back end of the innings and continuing into day 2. Well, that's a really good shot, and I think he'll be very happy with that, Tristan Leeson. Having spoken a little earlier about where the runs are going to come from, potentially from this Dolphins side, one of the names that came up, Tristan Lees.
Yeah, that's big. That's also the big boundary. Put it on the embankment. That's a big one. That will frustrate and make Janko Smith's blood boil. as a fast bowler. What I do see, and I'm wondering now, and I'm thinking about it, why is the tail wagged at a high tempo as well in this game? So have the batters been a little bit too tentative on this wicket, losing their wickets? I'm talking about top order batters. Because the moment we see more intent and more intensity, it just looks easy to score. I mean, Khalim got a 91 of 63, 64 deliveries, so that's a very healthy strike rate. These two are going at a very nice tempo, and all they're doing is they've now manipulated the field. Their field is on the boundary. There are more singles available, and they're cashing in on poor deliveries.
I mean, I also assume that the inverse might be true, where the bowlers perhaps drop a little bit of intensity. You're bowling towards the tail enders. You've been going at a great rate, and wickets have been tumbling. Maybe just pull foot off the gas a bit. It's a big swing there.
That does happen a lot, and a lot of teams are guilty of that, where they think things will just happen now, we'll just wrap it up, and in a blink of an eye, you look at the scoreboard and you see, they've got a lead of 26. How did that happen? That catch was dropped where Titans still had a lead of 4 runs, and all of a sudden, a little injection of an innings here by Lees and Similani, you now got to, tell yourself, okay, let's reset here, let's refocus here.
Yeah, that lead up to 26. Well, connected with that one, it's not going to go all the way to the boundary, but he'll feel better after the swing and miss. Yeah, I could have sworn, and I mentioned it to Ken, and I thought I'm really onto something and I should play the lottery today, in that we weren't going to necessarily see the Titans have to pad up and retake to the field, but they will now. Well, connected very nicely with that, and I think there'll be a little bit of disappointment, because when the strike had come from the other end, they had somebody in the deep to sort of monitor that ball coming from sort of behind the wicketkeeper, but they've forgone that, and I'm going to pay 4 runs.
Yeah, that's exactly where Simon Harmer, that fly slip, he's back there now. If he stayed there, that would have been out.
Yes, because it did stay in the air for a little bit. And for my money, Similani is not going to go for a similar type shot.
Well, he's a tail ender. Don't hold your breath. I think this is going to be very much the same delivery. Let's see what he does. It is.
Well, yeah, it is. Had a swing at it. Nice bounce. And carries nicely through to the wicketkeeper. You're right. He is a tail ender, but on 22 runs of just 11 deliveries, I think he's going to be enjoying the fines meeting after this.
Yeah, it's a nice little innings just to put a little bit of pressure on the Titans. The Titans will feel that they're well in control. It's 2 good deliveries, wrap it up, and chase the runs down. However, they still need to work hard for those 2 wickets.
That's right. And that last little delivery, it's a wide, a little loose there from Duan Jansen, almost overexerting himself. Maybe a little desperate for these last 2 wickets.
Keep it simple. Keep it simple. Just that good top of off area. Try and find the outside edge. That's always your best go-to delivery. Yes, use your bouncer just to push the tail ender back, but your follower ball is the one.
Well, swing and a miss. Played that quite a lot like a tail ender.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Looked like Duan Jansen took took a bit of pace off that. The Titans will still be encouraged, the bowlers. The way these two are playing is that it's high risk. So you are going to get chances. Where Titans have been given a chance, it was put down. And the experience of Simon Harmer is going to come into the bowling attack. And hopefully for the Titans, the captain can get a breakthrough here. He's bowled 7 overs already. He got the wicket of Zondo.
And Simelane and Liz will also have reset mentally as well in their minds, and they'll look up at the scoreboard and think, well, we're 32 runs ahead. We might as well give it a proper crack. And who knows, maybe, by the end of the innings, we're 60 up and going to try and wreak havoc with the bowlers.
Yeah, that will be the thinking. The way they're playing now is they're scoring at a high tempo, which helps. Only problem is they've got 2 wickets in hand. There are a lot of this. And if they're clever, do this for 10 overs. Get 3, 4, 5 singles and over. Then the frustration will really, really build on the Titans. That's a 50 partnership between these two. Only 29 deliveries it took.
Yeah, it's a very nice partnership. And again, trickles away for the single, but that's fantastic because they're both in the 20s. They're both looking, well, a little high risk, but fairly able to hit the ball, keep it rotating, score a single here, single there. Maybe one will trickle away to the boundary.
There, 3 singles in a row. Low risk cricket. I still believe that there is a window of opportunity now for these two batters to say, okay, hang on, let's be clever here. Let's see if we can bat the next 10 overs without any high risk shots. 4 singles in a row. Effortless. Absolutely effortless.
Kind of feel like the Hollywoodbets Dolphins coaches will be thinking, well, boys, we could have done this from early on in our innings, played a little less risky cricket.
Yeah, I thought that partnership between Zondo and Pillay was the key partnership for the Dolphins. They got it going. They were just busy setting a nice foundation. And to have both of them out before lunch after all that work was almost criminal from the Dolphins' point of view.
Yeah, it was a crucial period in the game. We saw Zondo looking really good, really crisp hitting, but he is known for that. He's very experienced. And him losing his wicket in the manner that he did, I think he'll be very disappointed. But with Pillay also still in, having had a couple of runs under the belt, also will be disappointed, especially going into the lunch break. You don't want to surrender the wicket. Be a little bit circumspect, I think. Bit conservative in the approach. Get to the lunch break, have a mental reset, and go again. Still quite a bit of cloud in the sky, but as you can well see now on your screens, the sun is out. Not a hot day. Perfect conditions for a game of cricket.
Yeah, there's been a lot of rain around. Lost a lot of time on day 1 and day 2. First time, day 3, we almost looking at a full days of cricket. But by the looks of it, we will not have a full day of cricket on day 3 because of the result and not weather.
Oh, I tried to duck under it, but it wasn't going to bounce over the head of Andile Simelane. Yeah, that's right, because, my goodness, have the wickets not just fallen at regular intervals over the course of these first 3 days?
That fly slip is still in position and now only a gully. No slips in place. 4 fielders on the boundary on the leg side.
Well, you can count yourself. Lucky there was a bit more bounce there than anticipated, Andile Simelane.
Yeah, again, pace off. I like this from Duan Janssen. He's playing around with ball speed. There was definitely that harder length into the wicket with no pace, and generally a tail ender will play too early and need it straight up in the air. Hence, the 4 fielders on the leg side. And with his field and with a gully, I think that Duan Janssen is going to stick with that hard back of a length.
And I feel like Simelane is going to have another swing at it.
Absolutely. Yep.
And there he goes.
This time he actually played it very well.
Yeah, pretty good shot. He'll take the single. And just as you said a little while ago, this is what they want to do. Just keep rotating the strike. And who knows, if you're able to last the day, that might actually make it quite a decent lead for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Oh, that was lovely. High bat, bit of a flourish. Made it look somewhat easy.
Yeah, look, if luck is on your side, it's on your side, and you've got to cash in. And this is what Lees is busy doing. This time, I mean, with that fly slip, still couldn't get in. Are we going to see an old school backstop? Yes, we are now seeing a backstop in place and a fly slip. I tell you what, Gola, I don't think I've ever seen this.
Yeah, there's 2 of them right there in the deep, because a lot of these are going sort of behind the batsman, over the heads or the head of the wicketkeeper. Not on that occasion, but pretty good attempt there by Duan Janssen to try and stop that.
Brilliant running between
Very
the
good.
wickets.
Got down nice and low very quickly. Janssen is a very tall guy.
Yeah, that if we look at the replay, that was a great effort. Only the one fielder, apart from the wicketkeeper now, the one fielder in the inner ring, if I can call it that. It's literally attention all pockets.
Certainly is swinging for the fences. And duly rewarded as well. I think he'll be very happy with that, Tristan Lees. It ran away for 4 runs. And you also feel like this field setup, as you mentioned, with everybody sort of marking the boundary, does give the opportunity for them to change and alter the game and take the singles and the doubles.
Yeah, definitely. And there was no luck in that shot. He actually played that very well. Got inside it, used the pace and bounce, and just helped it along. You look there how he gets inside that ball. And the ball flies here in the high felt. That was always going to go for maximum.
What sort of message would be coming in, do you think, Pierre, from the coach's box when you sort of look at the Titans and could be guilty of maybe wanting to alter too much in pursuit of these last 2 wickets?
Yeah, so we don't have the luxury of having wagon wheels. Now, if we did, and I'm going to take a wild guess, and I think my guess is going to be right. Where did majority of the runs, where were they scored? It's behind the wickets.
Right.
So length. I think the Titans has got to go back to normal, decent 4-day lengths. That's through the covers. That's a very, very good cricket shot.
Lovely shot.
Used his feet, got to the pitch of the ball. Now, you look at the amount of runs that's been scored behind square. That means that we're bowling too short. The ball is flying now. You don't have a lot of luck. The message for me, and I can see Albie Morkel, the assistant coach, now having a chat there to the fielder on the boundary with a message and to say, guys, I think we need to go back to the basics here. You still need to set a field with a couple of boundary riders. However, let's attack a different length, because the length we are attacking at the moment is not working.
Yeah, just play that away, and really feels as though Tristan Lees and Andile Simelane are playing under no pressure. And even those two back-to-back dot balls, I don't think they'll feel aggrieved by at all, because there are opportunities for runs, and if not against Harmer, they'll come in the next over.
Very well played. Harmer is also now giving no flight. I think Harmer can, it's not even taking a risk, it's to say, I'm going to throw one up. Let's see what he does. He's now actually firing it in. Very well played.
Yeah, again, not pressuring himself into making any unwarranted shots. Didn't see the opportunity there to have a bit of a swing for the boundary rope. They'll be very happy with that, Leeson Simelane. The lead now up to 53 runs, 183. 2 wickets in hand for the Dolphins. And I think they'll be very happy that this match isn't over yet. And not only that, but they have the opportunity to build up a little bit of a lead and give the Titans a bit of a game.
Neil Brunt bowling for the first time in this match. And a bit of normalcy, just a single down to long off. The pacemen have been disappearing all over SuperSport Park, but not the cleverest bowling I've ever seen.
No, you got to question the planning, and this for me is a bit of panic when Brunt comes in. I feel the planning was terrible. Field placements, lengths. They've lost all attacking lengths, and that's why the seamers are off, because they got pumped. And this is almost the last throw of the dice to throw to Brunt. I understand Harmer from the other end, but you need somebody senior to come back to your bowler and your captain and say, let's go back to basics.
It's a good blow by Andile Simelane, all the way over long on for 6. And that's the problem here at this ground. They do say it's a very difficult ground to defend on. And when you let two batters get away, form a partnership, start to get the bit between their teeth, it's difficult to pull things back.
What a fantastic shot to Simelane. It is towards the shorter boundary. It wouldn't have made a difference. That's high, 10, 15 rows back into the stands. And that lead, all of a sudden, is 60. Things have changed pretty quickly with a partnership growing in stature, 77 quick runs. The problem for the Titans is there's boundaries on offer almost every over, more than one. but there's also easy singles. So the partnership has been constructed very, very good.
Again, easy single there for Tristan Luss. End of the Neil Brunt over, 9 runs off it, 192 for 8. Back to basics, Jana, as the players will take a drinks break. I think it's what the Titans did really well in the first innings. They stuck to a fairly simple, basic plan, just outside off stump or top of off stump. But today, under a little bit of pressure, not real pressure because they're still so far ahead in the match, but they just seem to totally go away from the basic plan, the plan that's worked up to now.
Yeah, they put 8 guys on the boundary and started bowling short. What length did work? Top of off. Then you can still have 1 or 2 guys on the boundary, but you've got your infielders. Now it's a risk. And then you're playing, the batter has to take the risk. Now the bowlers are taking the risk and they pay dearly for it. 62. If they can't put the brakes onto this partnership and it gets to up to 100, 120, yeah, then it will be one of those tricky ones to chase.
Absolutely. Well, the drinks break has come at a good time for the Momentum Multiply Titans. Time for them just to cool their heads, clear their minds a bit, and we can see Simon Harmer doing a lot of talking. They need to just regroup and come up with a plan to get these last 2 wickets. Dolphins effectively 62 for 2. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. As you just see there, the fixtures for the T20 Community Cup. Important club cricket competition coming up for you to peruse during the break. Drinks break is over. Titans will be hoping to find a way to end this onslaught from Tristan Luss and Ndile Similani. 79 they've put on. And it's been in less than 10 overs. Simon Harmer to bowl to Tristan Luss. Goes for the big hit and is given out by umpire Olivier. Imagine, was that caught behind?
Yeah, caught behind. It looks like our camera angle is from the back. We'll see it now in the replay from the front. He gives himself a little knock against the head. From the bat onto the pad and then straight up, easy catch for Pretoria. Is exactly what the Titans want. We saw Harmer had a few harsh words or hard words during the drinks break. He's the guy to do the business himself. That's the partnership they have to break. But what a fantastic innings from Tristan Lees. Given the opportunity by some poor bowling, but he looks a handy player.
Yes, that's what we were saying about Tristan Luss, that he can hit the ball a long way. He's a good ball striker. And you can see why he's been an attractive package for the T20 franchises. Genuine pace as a bowler. Sure, got some raw edges, but he's still a teenager. And goodness, he's a very clean striker of the ball, as he's shown here today. But the fun has ended for him on 42, and the Dolphins 192 for 9, lead by 62, as a Kukletlele comes to the crease and immediately is practicing some defensive maneuvers. I don't think he'll need them against Simon Harmer, although his defense will probably be tested.
Yeah, the interesting thing now is how Andile Semelani is going to guide this partnership. He's the senior, obviously. Has he been in the situation before? Is he going to take as much strike as possible?
Well, that's one way to start. Lovely little swipe down wide of long on for 4.
Nonchalantly done. Fielders came up, long on and deep mid-wicket. Both of them just pedaling back a little bit now. But that was unexpected. The one that he gave flight went over the head of long on.
Goes again and finds the gap again. Not as well struck, though. It'll just be a single. Field is spreading in all directions as Similani's back on strike. Fielders on the boundary at long off, long on, mid wicket, backward square leg, point. Well, Similani had thoughts of taking the single. Wants to have the strike for the next over. And Harmer ensures he won't have the strike. So, a Kukletlele to bat. I wonder if we'll see Neil Brunt again. I don't think so. It looks like Janku Smith is handing his cap to umpire Jele. Good move. Get Janku Smith back on.
Yeah, one gets the feeling Kele is the all-time Jack, the number 11 batter. There's not a lot of technique, and he's going to try and hang in, but by the looks of things, how he faced his first couple of balls, he's more of a bowler than a batter. So we'll have to wait and see. 3 slips. Looks like 3 slips, 2 slips and 2 gullies. In comes Smith.
Tele keeps it out. Oh, clearly did well there. That was the Yorker fired in. And he got his bat down on it just in time.
Some words of encouragement, maybe a little bit of coaching from the senior partner, Similani. How often do we see that? Similani's been all right with it. He's been good with the bat. He's been given the opportunity. He was pretty poor with the ball yesterday, so he's quick single. Some hesitation from Junior Dala, to which end he had to throw. Similani gets himself back on strike.
Well, it looks like he had a choice of ends almost there, Tyler. There wasn't one clear one to throw at. Confusion in the running.
Again, the plan changes. We go from 3 slips and a gully to no slips. And 8 oaks on the fence. Yeah, I don't understand this. He might sky one. That's not the best plan that I've seen.
And an easy one for Sidibelani turns into an easy 2. And I'm also interested in the sort of floating gully, Duan Janssen, or does he just always have to field gully, whatever happens?
Captain probably told him stand wherever you want to. Everybody else on the boundary, and that's a problem. You can it's a massive field, so if you play your angles right, you can run 2, you can keep strike. Where we at 4 deliveries, so he's going to take a single probably here, and clearly then there's one ball
pulled away, skied. Pretorius trying to get under it. He is under it. He takes it. Good catch by the wicketkeeper. And I was going to say that Janko Smith, he hasn't been punished by Similani or by Lus in this innings yet. So why go defensive straight away? He's had a much better control of length than some of the other bowlers in this innings. But the final wicket has been taken in the end. Janko Smith does the job. He's got another career best in this dream-like game for him. His 4th wicket of the innings. And there you see just a skied pull shot taken by wicketkeeper Pretorius.
Yeah, too quick on him. Would have thought that he would have played for the single and get on strike. Not so. Very good movement from Pretorius. Eventually, the 10th wicket has gone down, but not with without any action. It was a blurry session. If you missed an over of 2, it went quickly, but 200 on the dot for 10, which means the Titans will need only 70. I think they thought they might chase 20, but this partnership between Lees and Similani did a lot of damage, but still way ahead of the game, and they should be able to knock these runs off in the afternoon.
So there's the scorecard of this Dolphins second innings. The top order blown away by Janko Smith mostly, and Duan Janssen as well. They were 30 for 4, and then a bit of resistance from Zondo and Simal Pillay. But the bulk of the runs, the best batting of the innings, came at the bottom there from Tristan Lus and Andile Similani, who have taken the total to 200. The lead is 70, so the Titans will need 71 to win. I don't think the figure of 57 overs left has had the 3 overs taken off for change of innings, so there'll be 54 overs left today. That's academic. There's only 71 to get. The weather looks reasonable at the moment as well. So join us in about 10 minutes' time as we've just got some partnerships there that Johan van der Walt will take you through.
I think you mentioned that the biggest damage came from Similani and Lees around the 9th wicket partnership. Played really well with some indifferent bowling, but they were under pressure all the time. The one thing that I think the Titans, what they will read out of this, getting 200 in the 3rd innings, this wicket is still very good. I feel it's only a day 2 wicket because it has been under the cover, so the 71 needed shouldn't be a problem, but we've seen funny things in cricket. But Titans will still feel job done with the ball in hand, maybe a little bit more than they wanted, but it shows you what the lead is worth.
So the bowling led by Janko Smith, 4 for 40. Wonderful effort by him, very impressive on his return to action with the Titans. Duan Janssen bowled well initially, took 3 wickets, but came in for some awful punishment after lunch. Just couldn't find the correct lengths. And 2 wickets for Simon Harmer, steady as ever, and 1 for Diane Khalim. So do join us in about 10 minutes' time for the final innings of this match.
Invest in education when you put food on the table. You're not just talking. AFBOB, here for you in more ways than you can imagine.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you. New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
We're back, and the Dolphins, they now got ball in hand. Titans, they need 70 runs to win their first 4-day game this season.
Well, it starts off in the best possible way for the Dolphins. Never would have seen that coming. Sinokwane will be very disappointed. Sort of just went right through him.
Well, I tell you what, it's been a jam-packed day with action. Look at this delivery. The perfect length, the perfect line.
Wow.
Getting the outside edge. First ball.
We were speculating, me and I, just how many more twists there could be in this game. It's certainly been one that's not necessarily been orthodox in any way, shape, or form. And this is quite a way to start an innings.
Oh, he's a good bowler. He's Ethan Bosch. Gets a little bit of shape on that. Draws the batsman into that defensive shot. Gets the outside edge. What a start for the Dolphins.
Sinokwane looked a little bit slow in his action there as well. Didn't look like he had blocked that with intent.
Well spotted, Kola. Well spotted. That, you're absolutely right. There was even if you defend, you've got to show that intent. Get into a strong position, compete with that delivery. And he was a little bit tentative, reluctant into his position then, and he paid the price.
The Dolphins will think, 71 runs, we can make a real fist out of this, especially if it's going to start like it has off that first delivery. Neil Brunt facing. Another really good delivery by Ethan Bosch, and goodness me, I've never seen fire-breathing Dolphins.
Yeah, and this is what this new ball, and this is how important this new ball is at SuperSport Park. I know it's day 3, but when you've got that new goon in your hand, you can get this. What you don't want is get excited and try different things. All you need to do is, and this is how Ethan Bosch operates, is just going to ask good questions in that area.
Probably the best way Brunt could have played that, showing a little bit of patience. There's no need to chase anything. There's no need to be loose in your selection of shot. There's no need to rush and chase the score either.
Yeah, absolutely. Day 3 will be remembered for a lot of action and twists. Started this morning with that cameo of Dayan Khalim.
That's quite all right. I think also in their minds, the batters will be thinking, it's okay if this goes for a maiden over. Just looking at Ethan Bosch there, he's got quite a long run-up. I don't know if I'm just imagining it, but it looks like he's added on a couple of meters to it. Coming in over the wicket as well. But two good batsmen out there in KP.
Yeah,
and Neil Brunt.
Yes, as well as very experienced. Both of them played for South Africa. Left and right hand combination can also be a good factor for the Titans.
Yeah, they did try and manufacture that in the first innings to try and get that left-right combo going, but just the constant fall of wickets, saw that undone within the space of minutes in the first innings. So hopefully for the Titans, Keegan O'Neill will stick around. And again, reiterating, no need to chase the runs. Just get your eye in, settle in. Good couple of hours left in the day.
Yeah, and just stay calm. There's literally about 160 overs left in this game, so time is not a problem. It's absorbing little moments, and here's a little moment in front of you where they've just got to absorb. The Dolphins know that they don't have enough runs on the board. They're only defending 71 runs.
Little bit tappish there from Peterson, but he gets off the mark, and I think we'll be happy, relieved. 1 run for the loss of 1 wicket. And you mentioned the fact that the Dolphins, Pierre, are defending a total, and a very low one at that. And I would assume that, not assume, I definitely would leave opportunity, because that field is going to be in quite a lot over the next couple of overs, because they'll be really keen on just getting wickets.
Yeah, they've got to have that attacking mindset, but it's got to be controlled. Attacking doesn't mean try too many things. Attacking actually means to be relentless in an area, very disciplined. That's also a form of attack. That's a little inside edge to find leg.
Yeah, Oguhle Cele started off being quite expensive in the first of the Titans' innings, bouncing back, taking a few wickets. Stocky, strong bowler.
Yeah, short, stocky. Doesn't get the natural bounce like the likes of Duan Jansen, so he's more skiddy. These type of bowlers, your forward defense has got to be sharp because of that skiddiness of the ball. You don't want to find yourself hanging in the crease and being sloppy with those positions. You've got to be nice and sharp. These bowlers, sometimes you take for granted as a batter. You think, there's not a lot of bounce. And the moment you get lazy, it's that one that just skids on and rushes you.
Get caught on the back foot and with nowhere to turn.
Well, Peterson, first innings was trapped LBW as well, in the crease.
Making good connection there. Hit quite square and is going to get the 4 runs, Peterson. And again, that's 1 boundary. That's enough for this over.
Yeah, that will calm the nerves. The length was there. He actually mistimed that, and it still raced to the boundary. You'll take it.
Seen a couple of really good-looking cut shots over the last few hours. Now turning it the opposite direction, and this outfield is quite fast. It's SuperSport Park, but really well chased, and it won't go all the way to the boundary. But already, you can almost sense that there's been a change of pressure.
Yeah, and it's changed in literally 5 deliveries. And that previous shot is a sign of a good player. Good balance. Nine of this over. So far, 1 delivery remaining.
Yeah, well managed there by Neil Brandt. 9 for the loss of 1. In fact, sort of looking back at that over, Oguhle Cele will kind of feel like it was a little bit more expensive than it needed to be. The 62 runs off the total. One wouldn't think that it's going to be a terribly difficult chase. But as Pierre said, what a match. So many twists and turns. So much of the unexpected. And that's about all we can expect.
Yeah, I think if we didn't lose any time in this match, day 1 and day 2, it would have been a 2.5 day result game, which is for me a little bit of a concern. I did speak off air about the standard of 4-day cricket. When last have you seen a 4-day game won an hour after day 4? You don't often see that anymore. You mentioned the impact of T20 cricket over the last 10 years or so.
Nice attempt at a drive there. But let's not even talk about that first Ashes test, matches that are over in double quick time, lopsided. And I can well imagine that it's difficult to maintain those disciplines when the one format of the game is making you so adept at and used to slogging, as it were, for your runs and being very, very sort of high risk and intense in your chase of wickets. Who's ducks under that one? Keegan Peterson?
Yeah, and in the modern cricket world, you get majority of players are playing across all 3 formats. You do see the odd specialist test cricketers still out there only focusing on test cricket. But yeah, this game, looking at this game here, the amount of wickets that's fallen for the amount of runs on a good cricket wicket, let's be honest, there's something in for the bowlers and there's also something in for the batters. I think this is an excellent 4-day wicket prepared by Brian Bloy. And going into day 3, we approaching a result already with the amount of time. Only 33 overs on day 1. Day 2, I can't recall, maybe a little bit more. And we're also already on day 3, mid-day 3, approaching a result.
Yeah, it's a little concerning that you only need about 100 overs to eke a result out of a 4-day game. Oh, straight back at the bowler, Bosch, smashing it into Keegan Peterson's ankles there. But I think Peterson might even have something to say and have a little bit of a laugh.
Yeah, Ethan Bosch had every right to have a go because Peterson did leave his crease. However, yeah, he apologized there straight away. And Ethan Bosch is a real gentleman.
There you go. There's the thumbs up.
I like that. It's a spur of the moment thing. You threw the ball, you hit the batter, but immediately he apologized.
And just a reminder to the batsman that I am going to be competitive. Nice straight bat, Neil Brandt.
Yeah, Titans, they're under pressure. Lost their first 4-day games this half of the season. So this would be a huge win for them going into the festive season, going into the SA20, where you know that your next round of cricket is only possibly in February. Taking some momentum and confidence into the second half of the season. Much needed points for the Titans.
I will confirm to them that they really can do this. A little bit up. It's going to be saved on the boundary. Just a single run there. But it's all how you take that in as a team is when you realize that we do have the depth, the talent, we can plan better. We can get the results. It's just a pity it came a little bit late in this tournament, but it will stand them in good stead.
Brunt just missed out there on a full
toss there.
Yeah, just missed out. He's a very calm batter in Neil Brunt, composed.
Felt like he wasn't expected to come so early on in the innings. It's because he just sort of hit it uppish, and I thought he might have thought, oh, I'm not set, let's not.
Yeah.
Well left, but that delivery by Cele also staying quite low. Nice delivery into the block hole there, Ogu Cele. Still just the one run off this over. Similar delivery, back to back. Pierre, when you look at these two batsmen, they've both faced similar number of balls. Brunt 12, Keegan Peterson 10. The runs seem to be coming slightly easier for Keegan. Do you automatically, at this stage of the game, assume the different roles?
I think it's a matter now for both these batters. They're really not phased about tempo at all. It's just about getting themselves in, and also that first ball wicket. They just got to calm things down, and you send that message up to the change room in your approach. There is that you're only chasing 71. There's absolutely no rush. Get through this new ball. Get these two opening bowlers through their 4-5 over spells. And then we know the next bowlers are coming in. So it's all about just really not being phased at all about tempo. What it does happen is that Keegan Peterson had a bit of a quicker start than Brunt. And that's just one of those things. There's Peterson getting one on the leg. So Brunt has been tested a little bit more in terms of areas, but this partnership here is Brunt will just say, well done, you keep cashing in on the bad deliveries, I'll stay calm on the other end.
He's moved on to 14 already, Keegan Peterson. Nice delivery that. And also looking at, and maybe I shouldn't be comparing, I mean, we talked about T20 versus the white ball format, and we saw the Proteas men's team dismissed for an all-time low score of about the same as what it is. The Titans are chasing 71 here. Those Proteas are up for 73.
Yeah, 73. I was actually commentating that game. It was a bizarre game. And the Protea batters were just completely outskilled by a phenomenal Indian bowling attack. Not mistaken that the second game is tonight or this afternoon. Proteas will look to bounce back, especially you look at that batting line of that game of the Proteas. On paper, it's like bowlers will fear playing that game.
Yeah. But I guess that is the difference between the formats and that in the shorter format. It is fairly possible to bounce back, to suffer a big loss like that and actually be in with a shout to win the next game. It's fairly easy to turn things around because it ebbs and flows so wildly as opposed to the format that we're following today.
South Africa did so well to win that Test series in India for the first time in many, many years. Lost the one-day series 2-1 and now 1-0 down in the T20. So it's all to play for the Proteas, especially preparation for the World Cup. Shukri Conrad is busy getting that's cut, that's in the gap, that's wide, and he's going to cash in.
Beautiful square cut, and it runs away. Spoke about the fact that this is a bit of a fielding attack set up Dolphins side, so there's going to be no one out there.
No. There's going to be no one there, and then Ethan Bosch, he knows that he's straight there.
Beautiful stroke of the back foot. Oh, wow, that looks, very close. That finger stays down. Keegan Peterson will feel like he's dodged a bit of a bullet there. It was a fairly confident shout by the Dolphins players.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, this is closer than you think. Because Ethan Bosch has got the skill to bring the ball back. This is what he's done here. Did it miss the leg stump? Oh, I'll tell you what's very close. So Mr. Bongani Jele decided, no, it's going to miss the leg stump.
Miss, yeah.
However, that is close. That's close. If there was a review system, I reckon that would have clipped leg stump or even hit leg stump.
And the height was brilliant as well. And those are the moments for me in cricket matches on which games swing. That last over there could have been a wicket over.
Yeah, could have been Keegan Peterson looking to square there, playing him across his front pad. I think he got away with one there.
Very nicely played. It'll be covered on the boundary, and they'll just take the single. $20 for the loss of 1. So again, no need to do anything untowards, no need to rush. They only have 50 runs now to chase. And if you just keep plugging away, low risk cricket, that should be a surmountable score within the next little bit.
Oh, that's better. Nice and straight. Straight bat. Presenting that full face.
Oh. had a little nibble at it, did Keegan Peterson. And just looked like Ogutletlele getting the better of him on paces, beating the outside.
It's that type of wicket, yeah. Just now and then you get one that keeps you honest.
Dele will be thinking, oh, could have had that nip in just a little bit more. Bit of a loose swing there as well. Again, Keegan Peterson, and he's talking about the fact that they don't need to play any risky type strokes. They really could just sort of play within yourself and no need to do too much.
Yeah, don't open the door again. Don't open the door. Well in control to win this game.
They're making decent connection. It'll just be the single. This is a very good over from Ogutletlele. Just 2 runs in it. But Peterson, he marches on. That's 18 runs. Or 19 runs. It moved up now. And it's off 20. Maybe he, the batsman, might like that. He's going at to run a ball, but he doesn't need to.
Yeah, Bosch, he's going to continue with his 4th over.
Yeah, already a wicket taker, Ethan Bosch, in this innings. Off the very first delivery, Sinokwane, the man out. Almost had to offer a bit of a jump there, Keegan Peterson, just to play it behind. They're also going at a run rate of 3.4 per over. We saw a little bit earlier today when the Dolphins were at the crease, maybe being a little bit too assertive with the bat and going at about 4.4, 4.5 and over. Well left.
I'm just going back on this game, and I think the big turn for me in this game was that partnership this morning with Halim and Janku Smit. There was also a moment for the Dolphins, 88 for 8, overnight, day one, that partnership between Ethan Bosch and Kelly, I think, getting to 125. So there were some big moments where this game really turned on its head. But the significance of that partnership of Halim this morning, for me, is huge. How it turned this game, because that's the difference, you know, for the Titans chasing 70 rather than 130.
Yeah, it's been so eventful, and just the way in which the wickets sort of fell at different intervals and sort of seemingly all at the same time. If you look at the score, one would be forgiven for thinking it's been one-way traffic. It hasn't. Because at a cursory glance at the score sheet, you'd think, oh, well, the Titans have had this in the bag since day 2, but it really could have swung in either direction. And that speaks volumes as to just the number of wickets that have fallen, how quickly they have as well over the first 3 days. Thought about coming back for the 2. No need. Well played. And again, that sort of firmness that Senogwane had missed out on while blocking that first delivery is the kind of firmness we saw Keegan Peterson put in there with a bit of a block shot. And I don't think they need to do any more than that. But it does still mean you need to be switched on.
Yeah. Just controlling things now. Yeah, just making a few sums quickly. Is that in this match, and again, I don't have the overs now, we can get it when Ken Borland is around. So just under 600 runs, 31 wickets fell. So it's a hell of a high percentage.
Sure, that's a lot of a lot of wickets. And again, within I keep wanting to say 3 days because we are on day 3. But that's the equivalent of 2 days play. For the Dolphins, if these wickets aren't coming, I mean, I'm looking at Oguhletlele and obviously trying to keep that run rate low. This isn't necessarily all that bad. Well, but while that swing there, it did beat Peterson. But if they can eke out a couple of maiden overs and get to the end of the day having still kept the Titans out on the field, on the pitch, I think they'll be quite happy with that.
Now, I think I've got good news for you. You will be home very early today. 44 hours left in the day. Now, you'll be home early to go and do some chores at home. Prepare for tomorrow morning's morning show.
Oh, no. No one needs chores.
You've enjoyed your time here behind the mic, Kola?
Absolutely. And I've always enjoyed my cricket, and that's probably because I went to a school where our cricket team were a lot better than our rugby team.
What school was that?
So it was just down the road. If you are watching from home, I think we're probably about 20 kilometers away from a little school just up Linwood Road in Pretoria called St. Albans College.
All right.
Really good cricketers.
It's not a little school.
Really good cricketers have come out of there, and a lot of them have represented the Titans. When I got there, Gerald Bosch was still playing for Northern Transvaal and living on the school campus. So we had a bona fide cricket hero on campus who was helping to coach, helping out in the 6th form house. And a couple of the teachers and coaches also coached junior cricket right here at SuperSport Park. This place is it's always been special to me.
Yeah, it's St. Albans. What a school. What facilities are just outstanding.
Oh, world class. Straight back at Tlele. But I'm expected to say that.
Totally
Great
agree
school,
with you.
fantastic facilities, but it really, really is. And for a long, long time, a lot of the focus in that school was around cricket. And it's only in the last couple of years where, rugby's come to the fore, very, very competitive at schoolboy level. But it's still a bit of a feeder school into Northern's cricket. Nicely angled in that delivery. Well played and turned away by Brunt. Just 2 off the over now. 24 for the loss of 1.
Really. 24 for 1. 47 more to win. And Ethan Bosch continues around the wicket to Neil Brunt. And that'll make it 46 to win.
Perfect 2 guys just to settle the ship. After a wicket fell with the very first delivery, Brunt is experienced, so is Keegan Peterson. He's done the bulk of the scoring. But just to stop the tingling in the nerves in the dressing room, these are the guys in the Titans side that you need.
Nicely bowled by Ethan Bosch. Yeah, Brunt and Peterson, who the Titans need, and the guy bowling, I'm going to repeat myself, but he was the guy the Dolphins needed to do more bowling late yesterday afternoon and this morning.
We couldn't believe it. We thought he had an eagle. We couldn't believe why they didn't bring him on. He was the pick of the bowlers yesterday. He's the pick of bowlers now. He didn't get all the wickets, but when they needed him this morning, I felt he should have started. He didn't.
I don't think I'm exaggerating too much when I say that it probably cost the Dolphins around 80 runs. Now, they ended up with a lead of 71. Okay, let's just double it. Let's say it cost them 70 runs. 140 to get fourth innings on this pitch. It's a different story to 71.
Yeah, it's a different ball game, and you felt the captain gave the ball to Lees to give him his fifer, but we all know the team games. Team comes first, and then the individual performances. A trick where they lost it, but we have seen some indifferent captaincies from both sides, frankly, from the Dolphins and also from the Titans. There was times that us as commentators and ex-players and ex-coaches and current coaches at the Titans were scratching their head because of some of the decisions.
Yeah, easier game up here in the commentary box, and we're looking down on the game from above, different to when you down there in the heat of battle. Oh, Peterson has he's gone for a couple of big drives the last couple of overs. They haven't come off.
That's again good bowling. This one may be a little bit wide, but the length is good and there's a wave movement. So every chance of him getting the outside edge. It's the length you need on this wicket, and Bosch finds it more often than not. What a little cricketer. So is his brother. Good cricketing family.
Oh, it's evaded the diving wicketkeeper, Hanu Viljoen. It's bars, nothing on it from a batting point of view. That boosts the total. 42 now to win. Jan, who was quicker? I mean, I remember Tertius Bosch. I mean, he was pretty quick in his prime. Him or Corbin?
No, I think Tertius. Before my time, spoken to some guys like Afani. He was a tearing, fast bowler, angry bowler. I think Corbin was up there, but he was a taller frontline more aggressive style bowler. What I've heard, obviously seen him a little bit on TV, but never got to play with or against. I think he ended up in the early 90s, 91 around about there, and I started my career in 94, 95. So I think Ethan is a better all-rounder, and so both of the Bosch brothers, Corwin and Ethan, better players all round.
On the bounce to fine leg, Brunt has to run a bit to get home for the single. I think he thought he might have been out there, but he survives.
The captain, Marcus Ackerman, he feels the same. He's just having the teapot there in the background. First slip. He felt that the youngster should have made a better effort. Difficult when they come flat and low at you.
You've got to weigh up how much you value your front teeth sometimes. Another single. Yeah, I think Ethan and Corbin clearly much better batters than Tertius was. He was a proper number 11. But a really good bowler, no question about that. And Corbin Bosch has been one of the amazing stories of South African cricket over the last year or two. And I think Ethan Bosch's story is still coming. I think he's a very good package. I really do, predominantly as a bowler.
Statistically, his bowling stats is way better than his brother, who is playing in the national side. He's got a first-class average of 37 with the ball. Ethan's got 27, so he's way better there. He showed, obviously, he's handy, more than handy with the bat. And I think Gordon Bosch got that call up by accident, and he made all of it, not by accident. Short, gone to pull, 4. But there was, because of injuries, they were looking around for a player, bowling all-rounder. And Ethan got the nod. He played on a couple of indifferent wickets, got wickets, and he fitted into the national side pretty well, I think, because he's a fighter, because he's a clever cricketer. That's the other thing. He fitted, but that does not mean there's not space for his brother, or also an opportunity.
Well, it was amazing, Jana, because that chance came because the game was here at SuperSport Park, which is the sort of pitch where you want a fast hit-the-deck bowler. And I kind of thought, okay, he might be a horses for courses selection. And he probably won't get chosen again when they're not playing at SuperSport Park. Credit to Corbin Bosch, because he's gone and performed now on all sorts of surfaces, all sorts of pitches. Hasn't done badly in the subcontinent. But I'm with you. Ethan Bosch, someone to keep an eye on as well. Very good package as a cricketer.
Yeah, I still think Corbin Bosch lacks the skill with the ball in hand. He, even in his one-day international career, averages 60 with the ball. So he does a job, but I still think there's something more to him with the ball. That's going to be the end of the over. And for me, it looks like the end of the session. Which is pretty interesting. They are allowed to ask for the extra half an hour, are they not? You can ask that over tea or over the last half an hour of the day.
Yeah, it's at umpire's discretion, but you would imagine, the Titans would have gone, can't we just carry on, finish it off?
Half an hour, 7 over, 7 times 3, it's 21. They might have felt they're not going to get there, 3.5 and over. So let's go and take tea. The staff, the kitchen staff and the caterers has made it. Let's go enjoy the tea, and we'll come back and finish after tea.
Well, there's the match situation. You see the Titans 36 for 1, needing just 35 more to win this game. It'll be their first win of the season. And, what you can't see on that scorecard is how dramatic a day we've had. At the start of the day today, it was the Titans' first innings that was still underway. And the Titans were on 196 for 9. So they added another 59 runs for the last wicket. There's that scorecard. Diane Khalima, brilliant, 91 not out of 64 balls. Janko Smith, his partner, with a 17. They put on a record 80 overall for the last wicket. And then they bowled the Dolphins out, and now they're batting again, closing in on victory.
Yeah, it's the game of the tail. There was some wagging of the tail for the Dolphins as well. They were deeply in trouble. But there you can see Tristan Lees and Andile Semelani. But harsh calling them a tail. Late order batsmen. They're all pretty good with bat in hand. They got themselves up to 200. We thought at one stage they won't reach 130. But that partnership was superb. And giving them maybe a sniff. But one feels that has come and gone. It's only 35 runs needed for the victory.
So join us for the last rites, most probably, of this game in about 15 minutes' time.
I'm not coming down, 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 down. Got my speakers pumping loud. I'm feeling every sound. And I won't turn them down, 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 down.
In this night of starry sky, my baby told me with a sigh. Words that came across as a doubt. I reassured that every day my love.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
Now he's thinking about me every night. Oh, is it that sweet I kiss so? Say you can't sleep, baby, I know that's that me espresso. Move it up, down, left, right, oh, switch it up like Nintendo. Say you can't sleep, baby, I know that's that me espresso. I can't relate.
I'm ready. Well, here it's fine if you got the time and the chance to give, just tell me. And here it's fine. Lately, I just feel like I can't get you out of my mind. I feel love for the first time, and I know that it's true. Me and you, I could love you for life.
What is purpose? If it only lives in your head, a boardroom, a promise. What is purpose if only an idea? If it does not become what it can be? You see, where purpose finds passion, when it takes action, the world is a better place. When it becomes real, when it delivers peace of mind, purpose becomes a force for change. It changes circumstances. It changes livelihoods. It changes futures. It comforts. Because when you are there for someone when it matters most, when you take a stand for the vulnerable, when you invest in education, when you put food on the table, you're not just talking. AFBOB, here for you in more ways than you can imagine.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
We are back after the tea break. Titans 36 for 1 after 10 overs. They only need 35 runs to win. And that win will mean that it's their first win, 4-day win this season. Keegan Peterson, he's set on 22 not out. And with him, Neil Brunt looking very solid again. He looked solid and organised in that first innings. And this pair would like to just see things through for the Titans, walking away with a very, very comfortable win against the Dolphins.
Also a very important win. By reason where they are standing on the logs, there's promotion relegation. They are in the firing zone. We feel that they might be safe, but this will just give them a nudge forward. They haven't had a good season in the 4-day stuff, but there's still 3 games after this. Am I correct? 2 after this. So this victory will certainly be a step in the right direction.
Yeah, just a matter of time now to wrap things up. Spoken in length about the twists and turns over the last 3 days in this match. I'm sure there's not going to be another twist.
Maybe a wicket or 2, but I mean, it's too far now for the Dolphins. They took a wicket with the very first delivery, but they needed to break through. They needed to have them 10 for 3 or 10-15 for 4 to have maybe any chance. I think these are the 2 right guys, Keegan Peterson and Neil Brunt, with a lot of experience. This partnership they've put together of 36 has been pretty solid. Just steadied the ship.
Yeah, well played, Neil Brunt. Nice and late into the gap. Nicely cut to the point fielder on the boundary. One of Keegan Peterson's strong points is that late cut. End of the over. Only the 2 runs conceded, Ethan Bosch. 38 for 1. Tristan Lees in his second over. Handy little innings by him earlier to get the Dolphins into a position of leading around 70 runs.
He looks like a handy cricketer. I think he's still rough around the edges with the ball, but he's got pace. So there's something that you can work with, no doubt. Certainly looked like a decent decent batsman. Yeah, from Waterkloof in Pretoria. But still, it's just that little bit of stability that he'll grow into with the ball in hand. But all round, just looks like a solid cricketer, good fielder, good batter that can bowl 140 plus.
Nicely played by Neil Brunt, just standing tall.
My question is, he's from Pretoria, he's from Waterkloof. How does the Titans let a guy like that slip away from you?
He was in the system last season, if I'm correct. He then was, in a way, released. Titans opted to sign players like Duan Jansen. Also, they fancied someone like Janku Smith, so it was, choosing between a couple of players.
I think sometimes for players like that, it's also good to get out of your comfort zone and get away from home. Recently, how old is he? 20? Out of school, get out of your comfort zone, go learn your cricket elsewhere. Maybe in the future, he can come back to his beloved Pretoria. But what I've seen from him last year and this year, there's a lot of improvement.
It's one of those players you can invest in over a long period of time. And I think that's what the Dolphins have identified is let's get him to Durban, let's invest into this young man. He's only going to get better. He's already got a massive weapon, and that is ball speed. Oh, that's classic. That is a classic shot by Neil Brunt. The perfect left-hander cover drive. Ends the over with a boundary.
Yeah, this is as good as it gets from Neil Brunt. And you look at a player who's been short of runs this season thus far, and you look at the way he's played in the first innings and he's played now, specifically this shot. He played a couple of these in the first innings. You think, how on earth is a guy like that short on runs? He's just a classical, classy player. So hopefully he can retain his form. Really well played, lent into it, guided it, steered it through extra cover for 4.
Nicely pushed into that vacant area. Ethan Bosch in his 7th over. Just very surprised that Ethan Bosch wasn't used this morning. Your most skillful, experienced bowler. And that's where the game drifted away for the Dolphins, that partnership between Khalim and Smith. Nice movement off the surface. Around the wicket to the left-hander, angles it in and gets that movement away.
It shows the skill. He's changed his plan. He was over the wicket earlier, moved it back into the left-hander and away from the right-hander. And it feels like I've got this in me. I can change my planning. I can change my angle and still angle it in and just drift it away from the left-hander, and shows the amount of skill from Ethan Bosch.
Now, well watched by Neil Brandt. Point fielder also on the boundary for him. I don't see the point of the point fielder being on the boundary right now. You've got 24 runs in the bank, and you're just giving away easy singles.
They're bleeding, but they're just bleeding slower with the guy there. But I agree totally with you. That's there for a bad delivery. When you need 24, bring him in, put the pressure on.
There's that in-swinger, but it's too full. And this time Keegan Peterson is looking straighter through mid-wicket.
It's worth the try. It was a good line, maybe just a tad too full. Well played, though, from Peterson. Previously, the in-swinger has gone down leg, so the line was there. But Peterson was awake enough, punches it through the mid-wicket area.
$52 for 1. Ramashan Pillay in the attack.
We haven't seen play during this game. Captain maybe feels 19 to win. We might as well see what other options we might have for future games and references. Little medium-paced right hand over the wicket. Nothing that's going to scare you. Looked pretty solid with the bat early on. Was very unhappy when he got given out. Well, he missed a straight one. Sorry, he dragged it on. Got bowled, opening the batting, but very much a part-timer.
Use just a little shimmy down the ground. Find the length straight down the ground for 4.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more with Kieran Peterson. Stood there, tapped a couple back, thought, no, this is not going to stand here and knock these doublers back. Stepped down, got to the pace, the bounce of the ball. What he did was really good, was look straight past the bowler where it came from, kept it on the ground.
Now that's wild. Only the 14 runs now needed to win this game. End of the over, only the 4 runs of that Pillai's over. 56 for 1. Lees swapped ends. Oh, that's a Jaffa. Good start.
That's what he brings. Still a little bit of nibble off the surface. And what I like is he stays over the wicket to the left-hander. It first of all brings that natural angle across the left-hander into play, which we just seen. And every now and again, if you can bring one back, that brings in the LBW and the bold option as well.
Just carved away to deep point. A disappointing outing for the Dolphins, especially after winning the toss of day 1 at Stumps. They found themselves in deep trouble and just couldn't manage to get out of it. 88 for 8 overnight. Oh, that's nearly got the inside edge, I think, of Peterson.
So well bowled again. It looks like his natural shape of delivery is the one that comes back to the right hander. It's a superb length. That's where you want to be. 85% of the deliveries, because that brings that into play. It also brings the outside edge into play, the one that stays straight. We haven't even played 2 full days of cricket. I know we're into day 3, but that's only because of of weather conditions. End of the over. But this victory will be within 2 days. It's a game that was frantic and moved along pretty quickly, scoring rates and wicket rates, how the wickets fell. Yeah, it feels like test matches and 4-day cricket just doesn't go the distance anymore. The new age guys play at the fast rate.
Just over 600 runs for 31 wickets in a very short period of time.
Tempting, teasing. The last thing you want to do as a topper in batter is hand your wicket over to a part-timer. Teasing them outside the off stump. One slip, one gully waiting.
That's through the covers, but the deep point will get it. Uses his feet. This time he's going aerial. And it's a maximum. What a shot by Keegan Peterson.
Yeah, stylish, classy. Made the decision early. There's not a lot of pace, so he can get down the wicket, straight through the line. And lifts it over the heads towards the long boundary for 6. It takes the tally needed to 6 runs. A very good shot from Keegan Peterson.
Seven runs of that over. Only 6 runs now needed for the Titans to win this match. Peterson He's looked very, very good at the crease. 41 of 54 deliveries. Neil Brunt, 19 of 42. They've just calmed things down after that first ball wicket of Senekwane. Used their experience just to get through that new ball. I'm still amazed to see that there's a deep point out on the boundary. You need 6 runs to win, and you've got 3 men on the boundary.
I think I said to Ken earlier, in my view, we've seen some indifferent captaincy during the 2 days. Interesting decisions, like surely Bosch needed the ball this morning. Some indifferent field placings from both, frankly, from both captains. And so is this. The point fielder is wasted right now on the fence.
You're going to look for 2 here. They should get it. Your man of the match?
Jeez, I haven't thought it through. It's put me on.
I'll give you a couple of minutes to think.
Is it the 91 from
Khalim?
Khalim? He took a couple of wickets as well. I think he got 1 in the first dig and he got 1 in the second. So that 91 for me put them in a really good position. It's almost a match-winning contribution, not out. So there's some bowlers with their hands up, but I think that 91 made a massive difference to the chances of the Titans. Your opinion?
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. Yes, the bowlers managed to do the great work on this wicket. Duan Jansen, Janku Smith was impressive. But I just think the defining moment in this game was that knock of 91. It took the game away from the Dolphins. Whereas if he didn't get those runs, it would have been a completely different story. So that's my man of the match, is Dayan Khalim. Changing the momentum completely.
And just the way that he basically scored 70 runs with the tail, with the tail at the 10th wicket. He steered them. So I think that is, as it happened and as the innings finished when he was on 91, we feel that is a match-changing innings, and it showed to be.
That's through the gap. That's the game. Titans win their first 4-day game this season, convincingly beating the Dolphins. And what a way to finish this match with that classic shot from Neil Brunt through the covers.
Yeah, it's been a long wait. It's been a hard graft for the Titans. This is the way they finished. Extra width, that short of a length that he punches through the offside for 4. And the hard graft and the long wait's finished for the Titans. And a very, very important victory for this franchise, for the confidence of the players. Peterson, he played a really good hand. Looked good throughout the game. Again, unbeaten on 41. The Titans win by 9 wickets, convincingly.
Yeah, the summary of this match: the Dolphins won the toss, decided to bat first, but got skittled for 125. That's where things already at the start of this game got very difficult for the Dolphins. Ethan Bosch was good with a bat, managed to get them to 125 after being 88 for 8 overnight. Duan Janssen, 4 wickets again, nearly got another 5, which would have been 2 in a row for him. Titans in answer, 255 all out, and there's that innings that we just discussed of Dian Halim, 91 of 64 deliveries. He took the game away from the Dolphins, and Kele was good with the ball with another 4 for him. Dolphins second innings, 200 all out, and Tristan Lees, that dangerous little cameo that he played, 42 of 25. Janku Smit, this time he gets his 4. Looks like it was a match with 4s and not 5s. Titans just needed the 71 runs to win this game. They did it convincingly at the end with Keegan Peterson, 46 not out, as well as Neil Brunt with a fantastic knock, also not out, and Ethan Bosch, the single wicket for him. It was the first ball of the 4th innings. And Titans, they win their first 4-day game this season convincingly by 9 wickets. Yeah, in a couple of minutes, we're going to go downstairs with Ken Borland for the post-match presentation.
The Momentum Multiply Titans have won the CSA 4-day challenge game by 9 wickets. It's been a thrilling game played at a breakneck speed, and our player of the match is Dayan Khalim. Dayan, we spoke to you this morning when the match was still kind of in the balance, and you produced an unbelievable innings this morning, a game-changing knock, 91 not out of 64 deliveries. Just tell us about your mindset, your approach going into this morning, and how pleased were you with how things turned out?
Obviously, the first and foremost is getting a win. I think we've been a bit shy of a win this season, so just happy that we could get over the line today. And obviously, with batting with the tail, just need to find a way to bat well with them and take your twos, take your fours when you can. But again, massive team effort, massive bowling performance from both innings, 1 and 3. I was just trying to be encouraging to him. He was batting well, he was blocking well, he was getting into good positions. I think for me from yesterday was trying to give him as least ball as possible, and from there it was just the more he faced, the more he got better. And obviously there was a few overs we had to really block a whole over out, which he did an incredible job. So he played a massive part in today's victory as well to get us to where we were. So massive credit to Janku for sticking it out and not shying away from anything. Sometimes number 11 you more focused on your bowling. And today he really got stuck in, and yesterday as well. So he was the key player today.
It's been a tough season for the Titans so far. This is your 5th 4-day game, your first win after losing the other 4 games. To come out and play with the confidence and the bravery that you did today, that takes some doing. Tell us about the mood in the camp, how you guys have managed to keep belief, and did the break help after the T20 challenge?
I think with obviously Simon coming in as captain, as well as a lot of experience behind his name as well, obviously doing very well in the Proteas camp, that makes a massive difference just to a squad as well, just the presence. And we've always had the capabilities of doing well. We were in the final last year. Sometimes things don't go your way, but I think it's just how you bounce back and how you train, and just being consistent off the field plays a big part in coming back to where you want to be, and that's obviously on the winning side.
Wonderful. Congratulations, Dayan. Very well played, and good luck for the SA20.
Thank you. It's difficult talking.
Victorious captain for the Momentum Multiply Titans, Simon Harmer. Simon, you've obviously brought a bit of winning momentum back to Park with you from the Proteas exploits in India. But just tell us about the work, because obviously a win like this doesn't just happen over the 3 days. You guys have obviously been working hard, the team as a whole, in the couple of weeks break since the T20 challenge.
Yeah, I think it's been obviously a tough start in the 4-day competition. A very successful franchise over the years, and the expectations are always very high. So yeah, I think it was obviously a disappointed camp, but it just showed the sort of character for them to be able to sort of turn it around and to put a performance in like we did this week. It wasn't perfect by any means, but I think there was a lot of character show, the way that Duan and Janku bowled in the first and second innings, and the way that Daisy batted, really fighting this morning to get us as far ahead as we could, and it showed to be very important for us. So very happy for the boys. I think a much needed win, and hopefully we can sort of take some momentum into the last 2 games in Feb.
It all started on the first day. You guys lost the toss, had to bowl first. It was a hot day, but just really good plans and execution of the basics on that first day.
Yeah, I think on that wicket you just needed to try and get as many balls in the right area as you possibly could, and I think the discipline shown by Janku and Duan in that opening spell really put us on the front foot, especially after losing the toss. So yeah, very happy with how the boys went about it. And yeah, like still lessons to be learned, but very, very happy with how the boys did. So yeah.
There were still moments yesterday and obviously at the start of play today where it maybe felt like the Titans had let slip the advantage a little bit, but key moments, players did step up and none more than Diane Khalim.
Yeah, it was an incredible knock from him. Obviously very difficult when you're 9 down to sort of balance trying to score as many innings and you know, the intricacies of batting with number 11, trying to make sure that you get a single off the last couple of balls of the over to give him as little sort of bowling as possible. So I think he played very nicely. Unfortunate for him that he couldn't get to his 100, but I think Janku did extremely well to hang around with him. And yeah, it proved to be important. I think there was always going to be a stage in the game with a short boundary on the one side that they could look to attack, and they played well towards the back end. Tristan and Ethan batted nicely, but I think we had got ourselves into a good enough position that even though they managed to get 70 ahead of us, we were still confident that we could knock it off.
And given the proud history of the Momentum Multiply Titans, when the team is at the bottom of any log, it's an uncomfortable position. After this win, more than 20 bonus points you guys have gathered. You're going to climb off the foot of that table. How much of a relief is that? And does it feel like a little bit of a burden has been lifted off your shoulders?
Yeah, not really. I think it's more for the dressing room to instill that confidence, to get a win under the belt, to understand what went well in this game and what we did right, and to take that into the next 4-day games. Obviously a disappointing start for them, but sometimes it's just the way it goes, you know. So yeah, I think massive for the change room, big for us to get the win and take a lot of confidence from this. I think the Dolphins were second on the table before this game, so yeah, nice to come off the bottom, but still a lot of work to do, and hopefully we can still turn the season around and finish as high up as we possibly can.
Great, thanks very much, Simon. Very well played, and best of luck for the SA20.
Thanks, Ken.
Cool. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll see you soon.
Are you Simon?
Doing any of the coverage in the SA20?
Just the local.
Oh, it's just a clip one. Yeah, we'll see you around.
Cool, yeah. Keep on, Simon. Thanks, Marcus.
You're gonna have to do it. I'll come.
No, they're fiddly things.
There you go. Is that on?
Hollywoodbets Dolphins captain Marcus Ackerman. A rare loss for you guys against the Titans, and even here at SuperSport Park, you guys have a good record. Winning the toss, batting first on the first day. Obviously, things didn't go to plan, but I thought you guys fought back really well with the ball.
Yeah, look, I think we didn't give ourselves a chance. We didn't have any real chips of substance throughout the team, especially from our top order. I think that's pretty much the big difference in this game. Yeah, it's a bit of a pity that we couldn't manage to put a decent score on the board in the first innings, and I think we were just playing catch-up cricket right from the first innings. I still think it was the right toss to bat first. It was a tricky wicket, up and down. Looked like I said at the toss, it was it looked like a used wicket. And I mean, it showed the inconsistent bounce and stuff on day one was just, it was really tricky.
It's a bit of a strange schedule that straight off the T20 Challenge you guys play a round of 4-day cricket almost in the middle of nowhere, because now the 4-day competition stops until February. Do you think that played a role, guys coming from T20, a whole T20 competition, and then just having one 4-day game, and obviously you guys were involved in the knockouts of the T20, so you wouldn't have had that much prep time for red ball?
I mean, it would be an excuse if I say yes, it's not ideal, but I mean, at the end of the day, as part of the fixtures, we knew this was going to be part of the fixtures before the season started, so we knew what we were up against. We had a week prep before this game. I don't want to look too deep into it. I just think we got outplayed, and it just is what it is. I think as part of the game, you're not always going to, score big totals and take a lot of wickets and win games, and not 4-day games. And what credit goes to them. I think there's a few performances from guys like Dion that took the game away from us. And I mean, if he doesn't get that 90 not out, the game's pretty balanced. So yeah, small moments, and credit has to go to some of their boys. But yeah, just not our best performance throughout the season.
Obviously, in the disappointment of defeat, there is a bigger picture, and that is that you guys are still well placed in the competition, second going into this game. The log leaders, the Northwest Dragons, are struggling a bit in their game, so certainly all is not lost for the Dolphins, and you guys can attack the 4-day competition with gusto once it resumes.
Yeah, look, I think we moved down to third place. Still in with a great shot. I think we've got 2 games left. So, we're going to, I think it's the SA20 now, come back after the SA20 and, take on both those games with everything we've got to try get into that final. I think it's more than capable. And we've played some good cricket throughout this 4-day comp. So, we've got to dust this one off, got a good break, and we'll come back firing hopefully in the new year.
Great, thanks very much, Marcus, and all the best for that SA20.
Thank you so much.
Cool, thanks so much.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Have a good